across the East Coast, and thanks for staying with us for Weekend Recharge. Our meteorologist Paul Goodall live in New Orleans, Louisiana. We're in the midst of dealing with an onshore flow from Hurricane Ida, powerful Category 4 hurricane on its way within the next hour or so from making landfall in southeast Louisiana. You see that eye clearly visible on this enhanced satellite image. Yes, the northern eye wall already hitting land here in Louisiana. Landfall doesn't officially occur until that center point crosses land, and that is happening as we speak with that northern eye wall coming on in here. Weather going downhill. We've been dealing with tropical storm force wind gusts all morning long here in New Orleans. Winds gusting 50+ miles per hour. Lighter rain showers, about an inch of rain so far this morning, but we have several more inches to go. There are three things we're concerned about right now in terms of impacts from Hurricane Ida here in the New Orleans metro area. One, of course, is the wind. We could be dealing with hurricane force winds for hours as we head through this afternoon. Two is the rain. This city below sea level has to pump out that water, and that's going to be a big concern as we could have rainfall rates over top and perhaps even overwhelm the pumping system. A half inch an hour the pumps can handle, and 96 of 99 pumping stations are operational, and the city, well, they're hoping that the 96 that are online can take up the 3 that are not working right now. But that is still a big concern here. And the third concern is all the hospitals are chock full of COVID patients. If people get injured with this system, well then where are they taking them to? Hospitals filled with COVID patients if they have room for them. So the good news is a lot of people evacuated. The bad news is some people could not afford to, or perhaps even they're in town visiting. Their flights have been canceled. All flights in and out of New Orleans International Airport shut down today, and most likely limited, if zero flights, probably tomorrow. So it might be till the middle of this coming week before people can fly out of here if they have rental cars, if they're able to get one. Maybe they can drive out of here when things improve, but not until tomorrow. We're in the midst of this for the next probably at least 24 hours here in southeast Louisiana. Closer to the coast, bigger concerns. And I want to bring in Grand Isle Police Chief, that's Scooter Resweber. Thanks for joining us this morning. And we've been seeing the pictures out of Grand Isle, how that water has risen. What's the status and where are you right now?
I'm located at the police department. We're in a bunker building. We're protected, up to 200 miles an hour. We've got a big picture window, a bulletproof window, and we're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us, and the flooding is catastrophic. Our police units have water coming into the doors of they're stored down there, but we're in bad, dire shape.
And we knew that you guys would be in the thick of this for much of today. Are there any people still left in Grand Isle in terms of riding out this storm there?
We've got about 15 of them staying here with us in a protected area. They have restrooms and drinking facilities. They were stragglers that just showed up, and we're housing as many as we come to us. We can't get out right now. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this stain blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
You're in the eye wall now, probably been there for several more hours. Have you ever seen weather this bad in Grand Isle before?
We can't you got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this.
Chief, I wish I could control this weather, but we're all at the mercy of Mother Nature. But have you ever seen the weather this bad before in Grand Isle?
No, this is the worst. This is the worst. We clocked it at 148 a while ago when the wind gauge broke.
Wow. What is the mood there in that building?
There was an old chicken shack there, and it's located across the street from us. And we were laughing about how long so many storms it's made it through. And all of a sudden it peeled. When y'all called me, it was peeling off.
Oof, wow. All I can say is good luck. We're praying for you and the other men and women who are hunkered down there with you as well. That's Chief Scooter Resweber, the chief of the Grand Isle Police Department there, talking about how they are dealing with buildings just being peeled away by the winds there, 140 plus mile per hour winds right now. And luckily, I think everyone that's left in Grand Isle is there in that building with them. And yeah, it's scary to hear that. And it's amazing that we can still talk to him right now. And we hope and pray that they make it through the eye wall of Hurricane Ida. The only, I guess, good news is it's moving. It's the forecast earlier on was this to really slow down as it makes landfall, but it's still moving around 15 miles per hour. We hope maybe even quickens its duration in terms of lashing the coastline there. But this is what we warned people about. This is why we're glad to see so many tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people evacuate from coastal and southeastern and southern Louisiana from this system. You have to flee a storm of this magnitude. You can see that well-defined center, and the strongest winds are right next to that center right now as it's lashing and coming on shore as we speak. This is scary. I remember 16 years ago when Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Mississippi. We had impacts here in Louisiana. We know what happened here in the city of New Orleans. But I remember I was working the night before, and I had a sick feeling in my stomach, knowing that people's lives would be changed forever as Katrina was approaching shore. And now I'm having that same feeling this morning. I know anxiety is sky high here in New Orleans, talking to the locals here who've lived through Katrina. And it's a different safety system set up here in New Orleans compared to 16 years ago. It wasn't nearly as elaborate. There's a levee protection system which will reduce the risk of flooding like we saw 16 years ago. It's not going to eliminate the flooding. There might be some overtopping of some of the levees. There's flooding going on off of Lake Pontchartrain with the wind pushing that water. We've had reports of that already. But in terms of massive and colossal levee failures, we don't expect that, but we do expect some overtopping. Nothing like Katrina is expected. So that hopefully will take your anxiety level down from a 9 to maybe an 8, but we still need to be anxious because we still have hours to go of weather, wind, and rain. There will be rain flooding here in the city, and that's also a big life-threatening impact because we have to physically pump the water out, and the rain just beginning, and then we have the wind to go along with it with the power outages. A half foot to maybe more than a foot of rain. That's possible here as we head over the next, say, 36 hours in New Orleans. So a big concern for safety here. Let's go back to the studio and bring in Dr. Rick Bostel, who's tracking this. And Dr. Bostel, you see that satellite image. You see what Grand Isle is going to. You heard what the police chief said. They can't go through hours of wind like this. How much longer do you think they'll be in the thick of it?
Well, they won't be in these extreme conditions for 3 hours. Let's be clear on that. They will not be in this condition for 3 hours. However, they will be in very dangerous weather for several more hours to come, no doubt. This is a landfalling hurricane. Well, it will be soon, of a very high intensity, bringing in extremely bad weather for many locations, not just Grand Isle, in the southern parishes right now of Louisiana. Now, we lost some of the radar there. That will come back from time to time, but you get the sense that, of course, with bad weather moving on board, sometimes the radar does some quirky things. And let's zoom in, and I can show you about where the center of circulation is, right about there, maybe 10 miles or just a little less than that offshore. I think we'll see landfall within the next maybe 30 to 40 minutes or so. But it's on the edge of that the edge of the eye is where the worst weather is. And unfortunately, that is moving through areas in and around Grand Isle and nearby, where the winds are at extremely high level, likely gusting over 100 miles per hour, especially in this eye wall, which is the original eye wall. But they are experiencing likely the outer eye wall. And that's where we've seen a couple of them now develop. This replacement cycle has been a problem for us this morning. On one hand, it's good because what it's done is leveled off the intensity at the peak, but it's also spread the influence out to many other locations now that there is more than one eye wall. That's a problem. It's a natural occurrence in tropical cyclones, but unfortunately it makes it bad for the rest of us because more of us experience the really nasty stuff. And you can see that what we've got is really the core, which includes that double eye wall in southern Louisiana now, but still some very bad weather in parts of coastal Alabama, coastal Mississippi as well, with water rises continuing to go up. You saw that video from Grand Isle. In fact, can we go there right now? And I just remember looking at this about 20 minutes ago and thinking, wow, the water's really high. It's a lot higher now, and the wind has shifted direction. meaning that some of the worst of all of Ida is coming on board. That's Grand Isle, Louisiana, southern Louisiana, not that far from the Gulf of Mexico. The water there is on its way up, and the winds in spots are gusting over 100 miles per hour. Life-threatening conditions are now in progress across parts of the region, Grand Isle, many other locations in the region. And Felicia, unfortunately, we're going to see many more of these scenes come forward, I think, in the next hour or two, not just in Grand Isle, but in other locations as well.
Yeah, Dr. Postel, of course, Grand Isle is going to get it from both sides, getting it from, the kind of northeasterly direction and eventually more of a southerly direction. So, our thoughts are out to Grand Isle at this point. Morgan City is another town we're watching. It's a town of 11,000 people situated on Louisiana's Cajun coast. It sits about 65 miles southwest of New Orleans. That's where we find meteorologist Stephanie Abrams. And Steph, a bit breezy, as you can tell by your hair right now, but still, I'd say by and large, waiting for things to deteriorate in Morgan City.
We are. So now's the time to do the things we were just talking about earlier. Fill up your bathtub in case you need that to flush your toilet. Turn down your fridge. Maybe cook some food. Do some laundry, because you might not have water. You might not have electricity for days, if not weeks. Not only here in Morgan City, but areas up towards Baton Rouge into Mississippi as well. I want to talk about how destructive a 150-mile-an-hour hurricane is. It is 256 times more destructive than a Category 1 hurricane with 75-mile-an-hour winds. 256 times more destructive. Dr. Postel was talking about that eye wall replacement, which is actually very bad news for us here in Morgan City. Because if you add that smaller eye wall, looks like it'll maybe go over Houma, which is about 30 miles to our east. So if you have those hurricane force winds now in a much bigger area, that means we have a better chance for stronger winds here, not only in Morgan City, but also into New Orleans. And so this is bad news to see that eye wall replacement happening here as this is pulling ashore 4 cities like we're in here in Morgan City. Let's talk about that water rise. We're on the Atchafalaya River. We're not worried about surge here because of this massive wall that we're standing on and all the levees protecting it. But Grand Isle up to 4.5 feet already. Shell Beach in St. Bernard Parish, 6 feet. The South Shore of Lake Pontchartrain at 3 feet. And don't forget about those wave heights. Listen to this number that we've gotten so far. 37.75 feet, the wave heights. Remember, a 1-story building is about 10 feet. So you are nearing a 4-story building for the size of these waves. 37, nearly 38 feet when you're talking about these waves coming in. Conditions are going to continue to deteriorate, and it's going to be the next 24 hours. So everyone just needs to stay put, do what you can, protect yourself, stay away from the windows. You can always go to the most interior section of your home when the winds get really bad. The rainfall on the west side is not as heavy as it is on the east side, but if we get in that western eye wall, one of my pet peeves is when people say, oh, the clean and dirty side of the storm. I'm sorry. The western eye wall is fierce. Any part of that eye wall will do significant damage. There's no good and bad. It is all bad. And watch out into Baton Rouge. You might think I'm inland. Well, you know what? These hurricanes can hold their strength, especially when they're going over the swampy areas of Louisiana, getting all the way up into I-10 and into Mississippi. We will see significant power outages. And in fact, Louisiana, Felicia's already starting to see some of those power outages.
Yeah, and it is no wonder, Steph, the images that we're seeing coming out of portions of Louisiana. Thanks so much. Let's take a live look now at the town of Houma, south of New Orleans in Terrebonne Parish. Now, due to its elevation, only about 10 feet above sea level, it's particularly vulnerable to storm surge pushing through the bayous and the canals, as well as heavy rain, which is all of that is something that we're expecting from Ida. The wind's going to continue to pick up here, and the conditions going to continue to go downhill. We've got hours and hours ahead of this. So a look at what is happening right now. You can see that northern eye wall is getting very, very close to the southern portions of Louisiana at this point. We're going to have landfall very soon, but we're also going to have far-reaching impacts that we've already begun to see. We've got rain bands that are putting down intense amounts of rain, and that is leading to a flash flood warning in Baldwin and Escambia counties. We also have this other flash flood warning a bit farther south for Escambia County. That includes Pensacola. Why is that, and why is it lasting until 4 p.m. or 4:15 local time there? Well, that's because these bands are set up over these spots across, and they are going to keep bringing that rainfall in. We are going to see that possibility for flash flooding from southeastern Louisiana, stretching all the way up through the state of Mississippi, western Alabama, even cities like Nashville and Memphis getting in on this flooding risk. Of course, fresh still in many minds is all the rain that we saw in Waverly, Tennessee, there west of Nashville last weekend. So a terrible situation there. More rain to come in terms of 8 to 12 inches where you see that red. Guys, we have continuing coverage of Ida. We're here with you throughout the duration of the storm. A live look at Grand Isle, Louisiana.
Some have a history of building the best trucks. But according to just about anybody who's handed out a trophy, Ram currently builds the best trucks. So if you're shopping for a truck today, here it is. If you're shopping in the past, well, good luck with that. That was then. This is Ram.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2021 Ram 1500.
Did you steal my Cheetos again?
Wasn't me.
But I caught you at the counter.
Wasn't me.
Saw you snacking on the sofa.
Wasn't me.
I even caught you on camera.
It was Shaggy.
It was her. I watched her eat them. It's a Cheetos thing.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their families. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Claritin D improves nasal airflow 2 times more than the leading allergy spray at hour 1. Claritin D. Get more airflow.
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. It's the first and only FDA-approved combination of Advil plus acetaminophen. Advil targets pain. Acetaminophen blocks it. Advil Dual Action. Fast pain relief that lasts 8 hours.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50. That's a lot of living. So make sure the good things in life live as long as you do.
This is just slow-mo karate?
Just slow-mo karate.
The younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
At Domino's, we're giving away $50 million in surprise frees instead of surprise fees like other delivery apps. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Oh my goodness!
Alice loves the scent of Gain so much, she wished there was a way to make it last longer. Say hello to your fairy godmother, Alice. And long-lasting Gain scent beads, part of the irresistible scent collection from Gain.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, potato pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Air. It's the power source of all life. As the world's #1 air conditioning company, we aim to perfect it. It affects how we work, how we play, how we grow, and how we perform. It's the one thing we all share, and at Daikin, nothing could be more important. Perfect your air with APCO at perfectingtheair.com.
I can't let diabetes get in my way. I've got way too much stuff to do. So here's what I do. I wear this Dexcom G6. It continuously sends my glucose numbers to my phone. And this arrow shows me where I'm headed and how fast. Check out Dexcom.com/inrange.
LL Flooring had all the answers. They're experts. Bellawood, Artisans, Manhattan, Chevron.
Oh, this? It's a Bellawood Artisan. Bellawood. You know the Artisan one.
From inspiration to installation, visit LL Flooring.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, cloudy skies, high 78. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, cloudy intervals. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
When it comes to covering the most important issue facing us and our Earth, one day does make all the difference. Now, the Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. For what's now and what's next, rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Welcome back. Let's take you to Grand Isle, Louisiana, where the worst of Major Hurricane Ida is closing in on the region. You can see ferocious winds likely gusting over 100 miles per hour and a significant water rise that's getting higher by the minute. This is what it's like right now across not just Grand Isle, but likely many other locations in the coastal parishes of Louisiana. Essentially, you've got no other choice than to hunker down in whatever structure you're in and hope the water does not overtake you. Those winds are potentially going to get even worse. For example, in Grand Isle, we're here, and the worst of all the weather still remains in that original eye wall, that inner edge there where the yellows and reds are. That is where the winds, even stronger than that we're seeing in Grand Isle, that's where the worst of it all is, and it is likely to come on shore in the next, say, half an hour or so, which is about when we think we'll see landfall. But it's not just southern Louisiana that is seeing very significant weather. There is also some rain and squally weather beginning to approach New Orleans from the south, where the winds will soon here gust over 50 miles per hour. Also some very heavy rain, coastal Mississippi, Alabama, and western Florida, with the tornado threat as well, which is going to continue very likely throughout the afternoon as these outer rain bands move in, with the potential for damaging wind in their own right, and also the possibility, as I said, a couple of tornadoes. For right now, the winds in New Orleans, that's the international airport, gusting to almost 50 miles per hour. And as this sort of outer rain edge comes in, do expect the winds to jump up beyond that. Let me time it out to give you an idea as we go through the afternoon where the leading edge of some of the worst weather will be. That will be moving through New Orleans, 2 or 3 o'clock local time, and then get worse throughout the late afternoon and evening as the center of circulation crosses along a path like that and along and to the right or to the east side of where that center goes. Yes, that's where the worst of all the wind and the water rises will be, potentially still along the coast of the southern Louisiana. We'll see some very gusty winds and significant water rises throughout the afternoon and evening hours. And then, Felicia, it looks like we're going to continue on with this with very bad weather into southern Mississippi, coastal Florida, and southern Alabama throughout the night and into tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Dr. Postel. Well, the northern eye wall of Hurricane Ida is moving onshore right now. A short time ago, Guy McInnes, the president of St. Bernard Parish, provided an update on the status of the levees and the storm surge.
All right, citizens of St. Bernard Parish, people who have equipment, who have camps down in Delacroix, as you can see, the levees, this is early on in this storm. These levees are going to overtop. CPLA let us know they're going to overtop by about 5 or 6 feet. So it's already happening. Please stay indoors and keep yourself safe. This is going to be for the next 12 hours.
Very important information there. President McInnes, you've returned to your office in Chalmette. Thank you so much for taking some time to join us. You were there. You were seeing it. So tell us, what's the situation right now in St. Bernard Parish?
You know, Felicia, first of all, thank you for helping us get the word out to our citizens. In St. Bernard Parish here, what you see on that video, we expect that to happen for the next 12 hours or so. So it's an easterly wind. It's pushing that water in. And that levee you see there is going to overtop by about 3 or 4 feet here shortly. So It's something we're asking our citizens to stay at home. Don't get on the road. There are plenty of trees down already. And I just want to emphasize that picture is outside of our major levee system here in St. Bernard Parish, a levee system that was built after Katrina, $14 billion, that wraps around St. Bernard, Orleans, and Jefferson. This is outside of that. So this is our commercial fishing industry, our charter captain, recreational fishing industry, and it looks like those guys are going to be out of commission for some time.
And President McInnes, we've got about 30 seconds now. So tell me kind of quickly, what are your immediate concerns and your concerns in the next, say, 12 hours?
Our immediate concerns, Felicia, is everyone being safe and staying indoors. We don't need anybody outside. The wind and being out of power, and, people start trying to sightsee after this storm. So we want everyone to stay in, stay safe, know that we're going to be on the ground after, and we're going to get us up and going as soon as possible.
Thank you so much for that information. Of course, we will be checking back in with you throughout the storm. St. Bernard Parish President Guy McInnes. Of course, we expected to see some levees that would be overtopped with the type of weather that we're seeing. Guys, this has just deteriorated so intensely. We've been watching this camera in Grand Isle, Louisiana for hours at this point, and it is just swamped. We're talking about feet of storm surge at this point already in Grand Isle.
This program brought to you by Cosentyx Secukinumab.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx.
4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safe Light for a same-day repair, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you could trust.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
My teeth were a mess. I had a lot of pain as far as my physical health. My body was telling me, you got to do something, and so I came to Clear Choice.
Your mouth is the gateway to your body. Joe's treatment plan was replacing the teeth with dental implants from Clear Choice.
Clear Choice has changed my life for the better. It's given me my health back. There's an amazing life out there if you do something for your health now.
Hey, you! Domino's is giving away $50 million in surprise frees. Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food.
I love it.
From Domino's.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50.
I get used to this.
So that's good. Make sure your happiness lives as long as you do. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome.
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Now with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 on Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband, there's no more fear of missing out. Or as I like to say, download a movie in seconds while acting in a movie. While also writing a movie. Game on the go on the fastest 5G in the world. He's cheating! I gotta go.
5G Ultra Wideband, available in many major cities. Switch to Verizon and get up to $1,000 off.
No more FOMO forever!
Life's kinda unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says,
"There's a big show at school tomorrow." Tomorrow?
Or when you discover charcuterie is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and, oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You're looking at new video into the Weather Channel of the winds and the waves on Lake Pontchartrain as Hurricane Ida continues to bear down across southeast Louisiana, including here in the city of New Orleans at the nearby Lakefront Airport there in New Orleans. Sustained winds now at 43 miles per hour, gusting closer to 60 miles per hour. So right now we have sustained winds in tropical storm force, with winds in the tropical storm force gust. They've been in that range for the last 4, 5, 6 hours here across New Orleans, and they've been steadily increasing. And now we're seeing some more rain over them. But look at the waves and the wave action of this huge Lake Pontchartrain, which is the northern side of the city. So yeah, we are dealing with big concerns there. The flood protection system, the gates have been closed here, and it's designed to reduce the impacts of storm surge. Not going to eliminate it, but reduce it. Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Gritho, live in New Orleans, and we've been dealing with more rain and also stronger and stronger winds throughout the morning, and we're not done yet. This is just the beginning of the onslaught of all the impacts that we expect with Hurricane Ida making landfall. Again, at the airport there, the official airport, which is the MSY, or stands for, I guess, Masson Stockyards, but it's the Louis Armstrong International Airport. Sustained winds right at tropical storm force winds, 39 miles per hour, gusting to 56 miles per hour. And we have a lot more wind, a lot more rain to come through. You can see the radar image showing that we're going to have landfall. It's ongoing right now across southeast Louisiana. Grand Isle is, let's just pray for the people who are still on Grand Isle. It's going to be a difficult while for them to get through that northern and eastern eye wall. And then things will hopefully slowly improve there. But things are going downhill here in New Orleans. We're going to be about maybe 30, 35 miles to the center of Ida as it passes by as its closest point. But the hurricane force winds extend well over 50 miles. So we're going to be in the sustained winds 60 to maybe 110 for a good chunk later on today. Let's get more expert analysis on what's going on here as it approaches and is making landfall, and check in with Dr. Greg Postel. And Greg, we heard from the police chief there in Grand Isle. They are going through intense weather right now. 148 mile per hour wind before their wind gauge stopped reporting.
Yeah, Paul, thank you very much. Can't confirm that, but I can tell you that we've documented wind gusts over 100 miles per hour in the region, and water rise continues. This is what Grand Isle, Louisiana looks like right now in the southeastern parishes, many other locations, Port Fourchon, similar conditions. And if you want to sort of map what they've got ongoing right there on the video to what's going on with the radar, there's Grand Isle right here. We're actually kind of in a little bit of a gap, believe it or not, between some bad weather to the northeast and the inner eye wall, which is here, where the weather is even worse than what you're seeing on your video. Right in here with a ton of lightning strikes. This is where the most intense of all the weather is, with extremely powerful Hurricane Ida now about ready to roll on into perhaps areas in between Grand Isle and Port Fourchon, which I do believe we will see the landfall probably in the next 20 minutes or so. You can see that part of the eye has already crossed the coast. So the weather's improving temporarily in some spots, but it does look like the southern eye wall and the eastern eye wall right now are the worst of all that Ida has to offer. But it's not just localized to southeastern Louisiana. We're not going to forget our friends and all of our interests in Florida and areas in Mississippi and Alabama nearby. Pretty intense outer bands are moving through with wind gusts of 40 to 50 miles per hour and the possibility of tornadoes. We'll be keeping an eye on the worsening weather conditions in these areas throughout the day as well, with the winds not so bad in between the rain bands at 20 to 30. But when those rain bands come in, the wind doubles up and you get 50 to 60 in gusts. New Orleans, we're starting to see the winds pick up there as well. And once that core comes into New Orleans, we'll see wind gusts likely over 75 miles per hour, perhaps even quite a bit more. We will be watching as the forecast goes forward this afternoon, the movement inland and slowing down of Ida, which is going to prolong the rain, and that onshore wind, which is going to bring significant water rises to places like Grand Isle, Louisiana, Port Fourchon, and every other area in that southern parish region of southeastern Louisiana, with storm surge above 15 feet in spots. But also notice these outer rain bands coming in to parts of Alabama and Mississippi. We could see wind gusts over 50, and that tornado threat continuing this afternoon and evening and into the nighttime hours as we start to see Ida slow down over southern Louisiana and bring all its bad weather into parts of southern Mississippi, Macomb, Hattiesburg, eventually Laurel. Be prepared. Worse weather is on your way this evening and overnight tonight by a long way. We'll be right back.
Ice cream is like whooping cough. It's not just for kids. Whooping cough is highly contagious for people of any age, and it can cause violent, uncontrollable coughing fits. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about whooping cough vaccination, because it's not just for kids.
My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it. Let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions.
Crystals up.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Oh, that spin class was brutal. Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password?
It's Buick Envision.
That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking. Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
What if sun-made raisins were just the beginning? A naturally sweet start to a world of imaginative snacks, like creamy yogurt-covered raisins, fruity raisin snacks that taste like sweet or sour candy, and yummy s'mores bites with oats and nuts. All from Sun-Maid, and all made with whole fruit. Because goodness really is delicious with Sun-Maid snacks. Imagine that!
I want to break free!
Ready to break free? It's time to get away to a place where we can finally be free.
I've got to break free!
Plan your future getaway with Norwegian. Sail safe. Feel free.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I've got moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's all me. Nothing at me. Go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Achieve clearer skin with Skyrizi. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months. Of those, nearly 9 out of 10 sustained it through 1 year. And Skyrizi is 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
I see nothing in a different way. It's my moment, so I just gotta say, nothing is everything.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything.
Now is the time to ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Our message to the community at this time, all of our residents, even visitors who are here, this is the time to stay inside. Do not venture out. No sightseeing. This is very serious. We need you to stay in from this point forward. All morning, all afternoon, all evening. As it relates to Monday morning, we should see some signs that we're moving out of this, but you are not to come out until you receive more information from the city of New Orleans. Now is the time we have been preparing for and even waiting for as it relates to Hurricane Ida. Again, this is the time. Heed all warnings. Ensure that you shelter in place, you hunker down. We understand that we have residents that are now without power. We do understand that wind miles are over 35 miles per hour, which means that there will be no action, no activity from Entergy New Orleans at this time. Also, as it relates to other responses, the New Orleans Fire Department, we are now on emergency alert. As it relates to 911 calls, you will hear more from our leaders following me. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to ask Colin Arnold, our Director of Homeland Security, to come forward. We'll move through, trying to be as fast as possible, again, so that everyone can get out of harm's way. Thank you. Colin?
And we have been, of course, keeping a close eye on Ida and watching those conditions deteriorate. Thanks so much for sticking with the Weather Channel. You're seeing it here. We have the northern eye wall of Category 4 storm Ida that is moving onshore right now. Now, it's not an official landfall until we get the center to move over. This is right around the Port Fourchon area. Of course, you see Grand Isle. We've been seeing that just absolutely mind-blowing images coming out of Grand Isle of all the storm surge that we're already seeing there. But guys, it's not just there in southern Louisiana that we have to keep an eye on. Far-reaching impacts of this storm. Right now, we do have a flash flood warning that has been ongoing for hours at this point for Escambia County. Pensacola, you're included in that, as well as Ferry Pass, and we've got more hours until 4:15 local time there on that flash flood warning. These bands are packing a punch. And it's not just the storm surge. It's not just the wind, guys. We're talking about inland flooding probabilities, because where you're seeing these 5 to 8 inches over that 55, I-55 corridor, 59, the red 8 to 12 inches, this isn't falling where we need rain. This is falling on places where we are already more than a foot above average in terms of the rainfall that we've seen so far this year. A place like, say, Baton Rouge, you're more than 20 inches above average. You can't take any of this rain that we're going to get, and we're a lot of it in a short period of time. You see all of this rain through Tuesday. We're talking about some areas along that 12 corridor. You could be approaching a foot. And guys, this is a broad brush. This is broad strokes of a forecast. That does not mean we're not going to get a band to set up over the same place somewhere, and you might see really impressive rainfall totals. So flash flooding, very likely. Where you see this red shading, we're talking about Gulfport, we're talking about New Orleans, Grand Isle, and likely for places like Hattiesburg, Mobile, Daphne, you guys are in it, even Jackson as you look farther north. And here's the thing, it doesn't stop there. Ida is going to continue lifting to the north through Nashville, through Charleston, even up to the northeast coast, bringing rain to places that have already been hit by that rain from tropical systems Fred and Henri. So, Steph, we've got many more days, several more days left of talking about Ida as conditions continue to deteriorate there in Morgan City.
And this is a very fluid situation with that eye wall replacement, meaning you're having an outer ring takeover from that inner ring, means that your wind field is expanding. Right now, hurricane force winds going out 50 miles from the center. The center of the circulation is looking like it's going to go near Homa, which is about 30 miles to our east. So if that wind field expands, we could see some of the worst wind here in Morgan City. It's going to be a little shift east, a little shift west. You've got to watch it very closely. And remember, a hurricane with winds at 150 miles an hour is 256 times more destructive than a Cat 1 with winds at 75 miles an hour. And believe it or not, this is our second major hurricane, and the last Atlantic season with 2 major hurricanes by this date was in 2005. You know what else happened on this date? Katrina made landfall. So a very eerie day today all across the Gulf Coast. We do have sandbagging that's going on here on Front Street. Some of the buildings are boarded up. Of course, not worried about surge necessarily, but that rainfall, that's another huge component for us here. In and around our area, we can see 7, 8 inches of rain on saturated grounds into New Orleans as well. Worried about up to a foot of rain. And remember, New Orleans is already 20 inches above average for the year. So it's not going to take a lot to cause flooding, and this goes into Mississippi as well. Along I-55, you could see some significant flooding too. And as this moves in, and we're showing you these radars, don't forget, right now we're going through that eye wall replacement. So we are going to see this adjust, but we are going to see those worst case scenario into places like Morgan City and New Orleans as we head later into the afternoon and evening. So what should you be doing right now? Filling up your tub. You might need that to flush your toilet. Cook food. Turn down your refrigerator to keep that food as cold as you can. Coming up next, we're going to head down to coastal Louisiana, Grand Isle, where we can show you the horrific waves. We'll talk to the police chief coming up.
Strawberries, blueberries, and the cherry on top. Fairlife, with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and the creamy taste, turns scrumptious into scrumptious. Fairlife, ultra-filtered milk.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Claritin D improves nasal airflow 2 times more than the leading allergy spray at hour 1. Claritin D. Get more airflow.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Now, let's go borrow a boat and make some bad decisions. Time to go incognito.
I love you, Ricky! I love you, Cal! What's the next stop?
It's time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos!
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome!
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Okay, got everything ready. Got the rental, got it dropped off, going to the championship with your tiny champion. Going. Got it.
At Domino's, we're giving away $50 million in surprise frees instead of surprise fees like other delivery apps. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Oh my goodness!
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
For people who could use a lift, new Neutrogena Rapid Firming, a triple lift serum with pure collagen, 92% saw visibly firmer skin in just 4 weeks. Neutrogena, for people with skin.
You're watching golf videos now.
Oh, in fact, I am, yeah, because I switched to Spectrum Mobile, so I get 5G nationwide, including here.
You think a golf video is going to help with what you're doing?
Oh, no, it's not just a video. I saved a bunch of money when I switched, so I hired a swing coach. Say hi to Brett.
Hey. Well, you tell Brett you just shot a 12 on the last hole.
Who's counting?
Everybody. That's the whole point of golf. Counting.
Brett did tell me that.
Switch to Spectrum Mobile and save, and get 5G nationwide included in every plan. It's a better way to mobile. It's Spectrum Mobile.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-500-2063. That's 1-800-500-2063. Or go to mesobook.com.
Innovative Climate Team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, cloudy skies, high 78. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, cloudy intervals. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge. I'm meteorologist Paul Goodlow live in New Orleans, and this is the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, but right now it is the imminent anniversary of landfall of Hurricane Ida here in Louisiana. Grand Isle, Louisiana is taking it on the chin right now. Earlier, we spoke to the Grand Isle police chief about what he was going through, and that is Chief Scooter Resweber. Take a listen to what he was experiencing just literally minutes ago.
I'm located at the police department. We're in a bunker building. We're protected, up to 200 miles an hour. We've got a big picture window, a bulletproof window, and we're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. And the flooding is catastrophic. Our police units have water coming into the doors of they're stored down there, but we're in bad, dire shape.
And we knew that you guys would be in the thick of this for much of today. Are there any people still left in Grand Isle in terms of riding out the storm there?
We've got about 15 of them staying here with us in a protected area. They have restrooms and drinking facilities. They were stragglers that just showed up, and we're housing as many as would come to us. We can't get out right now. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this stain blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
You're in the eye wall now, probably been there for several more hours. Have you ever seen weather this bad in Grand Isle before?
We can't you got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this.
And as long as we can, we'll keep checking back in with the Chief Scooter Resweber there about how they are still faring. But it brings chills, Dr. Postel, when you hear that was amazing. We still have contact with people there, but you hear them going through what they're going through. All we can do is pray for their well-being and their safety over the next several hours.
Yeah, that video that's coming out of Grand Isle is stunning. It is testimony to how dangerous these landfalling hurricanes are, and this is water overtaking the camera in wind gusts over 100 miles per hour in the eye wall of landfalling Hurricane Ida. It hasn't yet made landfall, but it is within minutes with the center of circulation to the west of Grand Isle. But the worst of it right now, moving through, and in the next probably 20 minutes to a half an hour through Grand Isle, Louisiana. We think landfall will be somewhere near Port Fourchon. This is the kind of condition that is being experienced right now along the southern parishes of Louisiana, and is exactly why you must heed the evacuations when ordered, because of the weather, the surge, the wind, sometimes unsurvivable. What we've got right now is, again, the very close approach. Some of the eye is already over land now, with the center of circulation really darn close to the coast. But Grand Isle is right here, and they are getting very strong onshore winds, again, gusting over 100 miles per hour in that inner eye wall, and that is the worst that Ida has to offer. And unfortunately, it is now absolutely pummeling the southern parishes of Louisiana. We also know that Ida's got weather impacts that extend outside of that very region into now New Orleans, where the wind and the rain are beginning to increase and will do so throughout the rest of the afternoon. Likely later on today, we'll see wind gusts over 75 miles per hour in New Orleans proper and other areas nearby. And also some pretty strong winds, right, in these outer bands of Ida that are coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. Each one of those could contain wind gusts over 50 miles per hour with the tornado threat as well. And this is a stunning image of what is happening as Ida makes landfall, or is about to, in southern Louisiana. Hasn't officially done so yet, I want to be clear, but it's within minutes of doing so with the center of circulation crossing the coast. That is when landfall is determined, and we'll be watching that very carefully in the next few minutes. But we've got also, as I mentioned, some pretty bad weather from time to time along the coast of Mississippi and Alabama. Now, there's this moat region right in here where there's not a lot of rain. There's a rain band, then it backs off a little bit, and there's some clearing here, and then the core right here of Ida as it moves northward. We'll get into Gulfport, Bay St. Louis eventually later on this afternoon and evening with very strong wind gusts, and also that threat for tornadoes. As you can see, we've got a tornado watch out that goes until 7 o'clock, and we have breaking news. We have now officially heard that the hurricane Ida has made landfall. I'm guessing that's near Port Fourchon. It is Port Fourchon. As we suggested that would be the case, landfall has indeed occurred on the southeast Louisiana coast as a Category 4 hurricane near Port Fourchon, Louisiana. The eye wall is now pummeling Grand Isle, Louisiana, with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour and rising dangerous storm surge.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
Summer is a state of mind you can visit anytime. Savor your summer with Lincoln.
Oh no. I mean, I think they look good, man.
Smooth. They are a little tight.
Like, too tight? Might just need to break them in a little bit because you don't want them too loose.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive.
True.
With 24/7 roadside assistance.
Okay. Think I'm gonna wear these home.
Excellent choice.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson. Psst, psst.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Psst, psst, all good.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
Surprise freeze are coming! Domino's has surprise freeze!
Other delivery apps add surprise fees, but Domino's is adding up to $50 million in surprise frees to online delivery orders. And we tried some unique ways to tell people they're getting free food.
From Domino's!
It's like a pancake.
Okay, don't roll it too thin. This is a perfect thickness.
Is that a tattoo?
Uh-huh. Look, isn't it cute?
Yeah. Is that real?
It is very real.
Yeah, no, it looks good.
I love it. Can I have one?
No.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
People today, they could spend half their lives over 50. That's a lot of living. So it helps to have a wise friend and fierce defender in your corner. A friend like AARP. So your health lives longer.
This is just slow-mo karate?
Just slow-mo karate.
Your money lives longer.
I just bought that.
Huh, I just sold that.
And your happiness lives longer. That's why the younger you are, the more you need AARP. Join today.
Monday payday, Tuesday payday, Wednesday payday, Thursday payday, Friday payday, Saturday payday, Sunday payday. Payday. Payday.
I'm located at the police department. We're in a bunker building. We're protected, up to 200 miles an hour. We've got a big picture window, a bulletproof window, and we're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. And the flooding is catastrophic. Our police units have water coming into the doors of they're stored down there, but we're in bad, dire shape.
And we knew that you guys would be in the thick of this for much of today. Are there any people still left in Grand Isle in terms of riding out the storm there?
We've got about 15 of them staying here with us in a protected area. They have restrooms and drinking facilities. They were stragglers that just showed up, and we're housing as many as would come to us. We can't get out right now. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
You're in the eye wall now, probably been there for several more hours. Have you ever seen weather this bad in Grand Isle before?
We can't you got to stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this.
And when Paul Goodloe did that interview with the Grand Isle Police Chief, Scooter Westweber, this was a little bit ago. They were in the outer eye wall, and we've been trying to make contact with him, again, to get another interview for you, but we are not able to communicate with them at this time. They are now getting a taste of the strongest winds from Ida, that inner eye wall. They are just right on the outside of that inner eye wall. And so we will continue to try to make contact with them. They did get a wind gust before their gauge failed at 148 miles an hour. Now remember, this is before they were getting into the worst of the wind. So we'll keep you updated on the information we have coming out of there. 90% of the people did leave Grand Isle, but as you heard, some did stay. We also have some breaking weather news if you're just joining us, that Ida did make landfall near Port Fourchon around 11:54 Central Time. And believe it or not, the winds 150 miles an hour. That makes it a Category 4. Category 5, if you're curious, are winds at 157 or stronger. And this is now the third landfalling hurricane with winds of 150 miles an hour in Louisiana. The other two were the last island hurricane in 1856 and, of course, Laura in 2020. That was west of here, and Lake Charles, Louisiana. This is the 17th tropical cyclone to hit the continental U.S. since May 2020 and Louisiana's third major landfall. With all this said, everything is now moving north. If you've been watching us, we had blue skies earlier. We're now getting some of that rain. And here's the thing. As this goes right in between basically where I'm located in Morgan City and east of me in New Orleans, which is about 90 miles to the east of here if you did the drive, it looks like this is going to go right in between us, and so we'll get the worst of the weather on either side because we're going through what is called an eye wall replacement cycle. We have an inner eye wall and there's an outer eye wall. And what will happen now is that outer eye wall will take over, which is bad news because that expands the wind field. With that said, the New Orleans EMS has suspended operations. The New Orleans EMS has suspended operations. Things are going to get a lot worse before they get better here. So everyone needs to stay indoors, stay away from the windows. Debris could be flying, and we're going to watch this evolve as we head over the next 24 hours. And I'm talking to you in places like Baton Rouge as well. You are inland, but this is a strong storm, and they do not just dissipate right away. They can hold their strength. You could experience Category 1 winds all the way up into places like Baton Rouge. Now to the east of here in Gulfport, Mississippi, with that southerly flow, we're already seeing the water rise, and Tevin Wooten's been there all morning. Tevin, I know that we've seen it over 5 feet already on the Mississippi coast. Tell the viewers how the morning has progressed for you.
Well, Steph, good morning to you. I'll tell you how the morning has progressed here throughout portions of Gulfport, Mississippi, along Highway 90. That's where I've seen some of the strongest water pile up in terms of the surge. By the way, at first we were in that easterly flow. I think we're still in the easterly flow, but what will sort of be the insult to injury in terms of the storm surge, that flow then kicks in out of the south as Ida continues to pull towards the north and west. So the water pileup has continued to happen here, and that will be the story as we go throughout the evening and the overnight hours tonight. So even as this storm continues to pull out, the water right behind me here along Highway 90 continues to pile up. This is actually portions of the Mississippi Sound that does lead you into the Gulf of Mexico. You can see the way that the wind is carrying all this water towards the west here. That's because, again, the winds are out of the east. So a lot of the pileup has been because of easterly flow, but then we'll get into that surge from the south. So overall right now at a Waveland Yacht Club in the Bay Waveland Yacht Club in Mississippi, just about 5 miles to the west here, we actually have a water rise. I think the latest gauge reporting about 5.2 to 5.4 feet. So that is moderate flood stage. It only takes another 2 feet to get into major flood stage. So for a lot of the folks that live right on the coastline, you need to be extremely careful and watch that water rise ever so closely. And here's the thing, folks, as you can sort of see, we've got 2 lanes here on Highway 90, one headed west and one headed east. But just beyond that, where it looks like there's some dunes, that is actually the beach. The beach has been overtaken by the storm surge. Again, that water level rise of 3 to 5 feet, that's already occurred, but we're forecasting water rises to be between 6 and 9 feet. So still another 2 to 3 feet to go in terms of the surge. You're looking at the sky conditions right now, and it's actually quite dry. That's a marked difference from what we had earlier this morning with some of those squalls that came through right around 8 o'clock this morning to 9 o'clock this morning. It dumped a little bit of rainfall, just enough to aggravate the soils. And keep in mind, this has been a wet side of times here across coastal portions of Mississippi and throughout the northern Gulf Coast. So it's only going to take a little bit more rainfall to cause a lot of high water headaches here throughout southern Mississippi. And guess what? The outer feeder bands extend about 100 miles to our east into Pensacola, Florida, where they too are feeling the brunt of torrential rain from Hurricane Ida. So as we get into the evening hours, the winds do still hold. I think we see wind gusts just like this right around 25 miles per hour, but some of the stronger gusts will continue to come, and we're forecasting those to be between 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles an hour. Let's get inside right now to meteorologist Carl Parker and storm specialist Carl. I know you are watching this closely, still perhaps dissecting the latest message from the National Hurricane Center. Ida did make landfall. Do we see this storm going through an eye wall replacement cycle and potentially slowing down? And ultimately, if it does slow down, Carl, what does that do to some of the impacts across the Gulf Coast?
Well, yeah, it's definitely going to be slowing down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. And it's absolutely going through an eye wall replacement cycle, and that's going to bring down the strongest winds, but allow the winds to expand at the same time. 150 mile per hour storm right now. This is only the first time in all of recorded history that we have seen 2 back-to-back 150 mile per hour landfalls in 2 years in Louisiana. And you can see very clearly where the center of the eye crossed that little spit of land there. That's Port Fourchon right there. That was 11:55 when the storm made landfall. An extreme wind warning now in effect in Jefferson, Lafourche, and Terrebonne parishes until 1:30. That is for winds over 100 miles per hour, now gusting to 85 miles per hour in Grand Isle. We've seen some live pictures out of Grand Isle. They have been just devastating, a tremendous amount of water rise there, and apparently there's at least a couple of dozen people that stayed there in Grand Isle. Here you see the eye wall. That's the most dangerous part of the storm right in there. Then what we call a moat in between and a secondary eye wall. And this secondary eye wall is the one that I believe is going to have a lot of impact in New Orleans later today. The winds already now getting up to 61 miles per hour in New Orleans, and they'll be gusting over hurricane force later today. Here you see the expansive area of strong winds across southeastern Louisiana. Strongest winds, of course, with that core right there. And of course, that's been piling up the water. That's been coming right across the northern Gulf Coast into Lake Borgne, and a 6.5 foot water level rise in Shell Beach. But of course, we're being protected in New Orleans by the risk reduction system. So here you see the high resolution future radar. Again, there's the inner eye wall right there. We're starting to see some degradation of that. Here's the secondary eye wall. That is coming up through New Orleans, especially later this afternoon, and will continue through the evening. At that point, we're going to be looking at winds gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans, and that will continue for several hours, along with very heavy rainfall rates of 1 to 2 and maybe even 3 inches per hour. And then by tomorrow morning, that strongest of wind and heaviest of rain starts to get into southern parts of Mississippi. So here is a model forecast showing you these winds going through this afternoon. So that's 4 o'clock Central Time, 75 to 90 mile per hour wind gusts there in New Orleans, easily enough to cause very serious power outages and also some structural damage, 60 to 75 in Morgan City. We go into this evening, 7 o'clock. We're still gusting to near hurricane force in New Orleans, as well as Baton Rouge and Morgan City. Winds picking up in Hattiesburg. Again, it's a large area of strong winds. It's going to be coming through southeast Louisiana. And then tonight, we are still seeing very strong winds in New Orleans, beginning to back off a little bit. Baton Rouge, 60 to 75 miles per hour. Same story in Hattiesburg as well. So this is going to be a prolonged event with very strong winds because of the slow forward speed of the storm. That's a really important part of this, and that's a big part of why we expect to see widespread power outages in southeast Louisiana as well as southern Mississippi. And then on top of that, you're talking about a terrific amount of heavy rain, and flash flooding will be likely. We want to get back out to Paul Goodlow right now in New Orleans. And Paul, I know the winds are starting to get gustier by the hour here, and it looks like the worst of it's going to be coming in later this afternoon and into the early evening hours.
Yes, we have been dealing with the winds in the tropical storm force for several hours now. This is going to be our last shot for the time being up aloft the street. We're going to get down to the street. I got my eye protection, got my helmet as well. Let me just show you this kind of second story view. You can see some of the trees here getting buffeted by the strong winds at times gusting close to 60 miles per hour. And many of the businesses here on Bourbon Street have boarded up. See some sandbags as well, trying to reduce the risk of floodwaters getting in. Is it going to flood New Orleans? Yes, it is. In some areas already dealing with some flooding. And by the way, at least 100,000 customers are without power right now in southeast Louisiana, many here in the metro area of New Orleans. The rain is coming down as well. That's going to also help with the flooding. We can deal with a ½ inch an hour in terms of rainfall rate. Oh, by the way, you might hear that trumpet. That is famed trumpeter Kermit Ruffins. He owns several clubs here, and he's been coming out every now and then just kind of playing in the storm. He's a local, and many locals here, well, they still have a little PTSD, and they remember 16 years ago when Hurricane Katrina made landfall in Mississippi. But we all know the flooding and the levee failures here in New Orleans. That has been infamous, and even in people's memories, anytime you have a major hurricane approach New Orleans, they think back to that. I know many locals I've talked to recently, they didn't sleep well at all last night with Ida bearing down, and hearing from the police chief there in Grand Isle earlier, yeah, it's a worst case scenario for them right there. The police chief told me today's event worse than Hurricane Katrina 16 years ago. As we look down Bourbon Street, the rain's coming down. We see a few people out and about. Some unfortunately are homeless. Others, well, they're just seeking refuge here. I see some people having to walk the dogs. Yeah, they're evacuated with the dogs, and the dogs have to, you know, come outside from time to time. But I tell you what, if you still have to walk your four-legged friend, do it now, because we're dealing with the winds only getting stronger and stronger throughout the day, and the weather is not going to improve at all. We do see, even right now, right below us, a police cruiser making sure that you know, things are buttoned up tightly here. The big concern is projectiles as our winds get stronger and stronger throughout the day. We were here last year with Hurricane Zeta, and that came in and came out over a couple of hours. This is going to be a day, at least, if not more, of tropical storm force sustained winds in the area. So this is going to be a big deal. Not to mention that last hurricane was Zeta in October. This is Ida in August. So when you lose power, you lose air conditioning. If you haven't lost power yet here across Louisiana, just put your AC down as cool as you can, because when that power goes off, it might be days, if not hours, if not days, before power is back on, and that's going to be a concern. Another concern here, yeah, the hospitals are full with COVID patients. So if people are out and about, which we do not want you to do, going to a hospital might be difficult to do because they don't have room for you right now. So we're going to do our best, stay safe, and bring the latest here of impacts just beginning here across the New Orleans metro. I know, Molly, you're covering more impacts that we're dealing with across the Gulf Coast with the landfall now of Hurricane Ida.
Yeah, Hurricane Ida has officially made landfall, but we're going to talk about the impacts that will extend well beyond the coast, because there certainly will be. We are just at the beginning of Ida right now, and we've mentioned that this is really going to put on the brakes as far as that forward speed. And look, it spends the better part of Monday over Mississippi. You just heard Paul talk about those power outage potentials. That extends well into portions of Mississippi as well, where we're going to watch those higher wind speeds, not necessarily what we're seeing at the coast, but still strong enough that we could see some power outages across Mississippi as well. And the rainfall amounts, just look at this footprint from the coast of Louisiana all the way through Mississippi. Even areas like just outside of Nashville, the Waverly area, certainly do not need any more rain. This extends all the way up into the northeast. So flash flooding likely where you see in red. So that includes Grand Isle right now, obviously seeing storm surge on top of the rainfall that's falling. But even the areas in yellow up into southern Mississippi, Hattiesburg, over into Macomb, Mississippi, likely to see some flash flooding, as we're just going to see torrential rainfall continue to move in, and it's going to be slow moving. So that really just allows the rainfall to pile up pretty quickly. On top of that, we do have the threat for some tropical tornadoes. These do tend to spin up very quickly. They are short-lived, but they can do quite a bit of damage. So we do have a Torcon of 3. That does include areas like Gulfport over to Mobile, Alabama. That continues for tomorrow for many of the same areas. We're very concerned about the flooding potential for tomorrow for the state of Mississippi, and really the entire state has the potential to see at least some kind of flash flooding. We'll stay with the Weather Channel and our team of veteran meteorologists through Hurricane Ida. We'll be watching very closely, and we have crews all over the coast, stretching from Broussard all the way to Gulfport, Mississippi. You can download our app on your TV and existing cable and satellite subscribers.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals. Now introducing Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Downey's been taking you back since way back. With freshness and softness you never forget. Feel the difference with Downey.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Croissant crust is flaky layers of buttery bliss. Rising crust is fresh baked deliciousness. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it, let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions. Crystals up.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Skyrizi. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clearer skin at 4 months after just 2 doses.
Skyrizi may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fevers, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or coughs, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is everything. Now is the time to ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi.
I got it, you got it, I want it, you want it. When I want it, you got it. Well, you want it, I got it, yeah. When they want it, ain't want it, ain't want it. We got it, yeah.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
From the marker for everything comes the pen for everything else. Introducing the smooth, bold, and vibrant Sharpie S-Gel. Sharpie S-Gel. The power of Sharpie, now in a gel pen.
Had enough?
No, arthritis.
Here, new Aspirin Arthritis.
Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods.
Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspirin.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. And in a clinical study, after just one day, 90% felt powerful 24-hour relief. So, be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, cloudy, high 78. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, some clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
And we want to take you now to Grand Isle, Louisiana. Earlier, we spoke with Police Chief Scooter Restweber, and he was telling us how they were held up at the station there. Roofs were being peeled off. They had a wind gust to 148 miles an hour. This was all before they got a taste of that inner eye wall. And now they are in that, and we are not able to get contact with him. We were able to just recently receive a text from him telling us that there was 4 feet of water outside of their building, no water in the building, and everyone is okay. We are not able to get a phone call with him, but we will continue to bring you information as we get it from them, and I hope that we can continue texting with them and get an update from that area. Now, they are getting that inner eye wall. They're getting a taste of it. They're kind of on the outside of that inner eye wall. We'll show you that on a map as this storm made landfall just to the west of there in Port Fourchon at about 11:54 local time with the winds at 150 miles an hour. The pressure down 930 millibars. When you're talking about pressure and you're ranking hurricanes, this is second to Katrina making landfall here. Back in 2005 had a pressure of 920, but this is number 2 on the list with Ida. Remember, the I-named storm is actually the most retired storm. I believe there's been 11 if you go back in time. With the records, but it is the most retired named storms, and this one I have a good feeling about will be retired as well. A bad feeling about it because it's such a strong storm here. This is a 5th Cat 4 to make landfall in Louisiana. We had a couple in the 1800s, Betsy in 65 and Laura in 2020. Remember, when you're talking about winds this strong at 150 miles an hour, you're talking over 200 times more destructive than a Cat 1 with winds at 75 miles an hour. And right now, the eye wall wall, the inner eye wall, is about 20 miles wide. The outer eye wall, which is taking over from the inner eye wall, is about 50 miles wide. So this is a bad scenario that this is going through an eye wall replacement cycle as it's coming in, because that means that wind field is expanding. It looks like it'll come close to Houma, if not right over Houma. Houma's about 30 miles off to our east. So if that eye wall is 50 miles wide, we could get significant wind damage here, Carl, not only in Morgan City, but I'm talking White Castle, Walker, Baton Rouge, Clinton, Centerville, Mississippi, Liberty, Mississippi, and Magnolia. So many more places could be feeling the wind effects from this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, even as the storm is coming inland, it is over mostly intertidal areas, and so there's still a lot of warm water over the land. We call that the Brown Ocean, and that's going to keep this thing fairly strong for some time to come. Winds now gusting to 74 miles per hour in Grand Isle. They gusted to 98 earlier today. As Stephanie mentioned, they are now right on the outside edge of that inner eye wall. That's where the very worst of the weather is, right there. That's going to be coming into Galliano before too long, and then eventually will come up towards Houma as well. Here is the secondary eye wall. That is what is going to make its way up through New Orleans, we think, this afternoon. Looking at some of the velocity data, inbound velocities here, several thousand feet off the ground, of 136 miles per hour just to the southwest of Grand Isle. So you've got that very dangerous core of the storm, but a much larger area of strong winds that is now coming up through southeastern Louisiana and coming into southern Mississippi. Winds now beginning to gust over 60 miles per hour at times in New Orleans, now gusting to 33 in Gonzales. That is only going to step up as we go through the rest of today. Here you see 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're gusting to hurricane force in New Orleans, and that is going to continue for a long time, several hours through this evening, even into late evening. We may continue to see winds gusting to near hurricane force there in New Orleans and much of southeastern Louisiana, and also over into Mississippi. Let's get over to Tevin. He has been reporting on the storm there. And Tevin, a very large wind field with this storm.
Yeah, Carl, and that's more concerning for the folks that are about 100 miles even to the east of the center of Ida. We will likely get into those hurricane force winds, gusts at the very least. Sustained winds right now are at about 26 miles per hour. The highest gust that I've seen so far, right around 36 miles per hour. And keep in mind, that is coming right off the Mississippi Sound. That's coming right off the Gulf of Mexico. All of this easterly flow is bringing in the wind from my right to the left. So overall, for the folks that maybe think, oh, this is going to be a nothing storm, we still get in on the outer bands of Ida here within the next hour to 2 hours in time. And once some of this rainfall starts, by the way, as Ida nears closer and closer, it really won't stop. So this is not something that I think this morning when we were in the squalls and folks were like, oh, is that it? We even saw some sunshine here or there. No, folks, this is not it. You still need to be in your safe place. You still need to hunker down. This is a historic storm that's already caused a lot of damage along the Louisiana coast and now the Mississippi coast as well. You can see the trees swaying. Some of the homes off in the distance, they look like they're A-OK, with the exception of some siding that's blowing off right now. Of course, we're going to continue following Hurricane Ida right here on the Weather Channel. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The Lab is presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive, with the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and we will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. At A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Every customer has their own Safelite story. This couple was on a camping trip when their windshield got a chip. They drove to Safelite for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you could trust.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Mom's gonna kill us.
Gorilla Super Glues. Of course.
Gorilla has a fix for every project. Original brush and nozzle and ultra control gel for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
Mission Control, we are go for launch.
She's eating the rocket.
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
Pumpkin lovers, there's a whole new spin on pumpkin to love at Dunkin'. With our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew, topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam, or our Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. Enjoy a medium for $3. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'.
When you get back out there, however you get back out there, go green. Because everybody's green when you ride with Uber Green. Yep, even you guys.
You guys ever tried one of these bars made over at Red Twix?
Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate.
Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
Allergies with nasal congestion overwhelming you? Breathe more freely with powerful Claritin D. Claritin D improves nasal airflow 2 times more than the leading allergy spray at hour 1. Claritin D. Get more airflow.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida, which has now made landfall in southeast Louisiana. It was just a little before noon as a Category 4 with 150-mile-per-hour winds, placing this storm in the top group of storms that have made landfall in the U.S. in terms of wind speed and intensities. Now moving northwest at 13 miles per hour, there's an extreme wind warning in effect for Terrebonne and Jefferson and Lafourche parishes. That is for winds over 115 miles per hour. We have seen winds gusting to nearly 100 in Grand Isle. They are still getting hit very hard there. Galliano, the winds are picking up, and that eye wall is going to be coming right into Galliano. Here you see the eye wall itself. So that is where the very worst of the weather is. That is now just outside of the heart of Grand Isle. Then you've got a secondary eye wall right in there, and that is going to be coming up towards New Orleans. But that eye wall, that inner eye wall coming into Galliano and into Houma as well. So those areas are going to get hit very hard here over the next couple of hours. And then we're going to watch that secondary eye wall make its way up to New Orleans. And so we expect that the winds are going to get much worse in New Orleans later this afternoon. Here you see the area of strong winds, and we get into those hurricane force winds right there. So even as the storm is moving off to just to the west of New Orleans, we're going to be getting in on those hurricane force winds. And that's going to mean some power outages and maybe some structural damage as well. Winds now gusting to 59 in New Orleans and gusting to 33 in Gonzales. All of southeast Louisiana along the 55 and I-10 corridors is going to be into very strong wind later tonight. And here's a model forecast showing you that inner eye wall. We're going to likely see some degradation of that inner eye wall, but the secondary eye wall holds strong there coming up through New Orleans later this afternoon into the evening. And then we continue to watch the core of the storm going up 55 and coming into Jackson, Mississippi by tomorrow morning. So very strong winds on the way for Hattiesburg and Macomb as well. Here's a model forecast showing you those strong winds gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans later this afternoon. And that'll continue most likely into the evening hours, maybe even deep into the evening hours. I want to go out to Paul Goodlow right now. He's been reporting on the storm in New Orleans. And Paul, I know conditions are getting worse there by the hour.
Yeah, we are. In fact, we got off of the second-story kind of balcony we had down to Canal Street, and you can see even some of the palm trees which are lining the street are kind of whipping. As you mentioned, the tropical storm force wind gust been dealing with that since about 5 or 6 o'clock this morning, and only getting stronger and stronger as that core of Ida continues to move. It'll stay to the west of us, but we still have a lot of gusty winds that are still coming on through here. We're seeing a few people out and about, but we also have a second camera that shows you on the behind the camera is a group of power trucks, which are kind of pre-staged here to respond to the power outages. Over 100,000 outages reported right now in southeastern Louisiana, and you have to remember these are billing points, so a good minimum is at least a 3 times multiplier. So we're talking over 250,000 people now without power across southeastern Louisiana alone because of Ida. That number will probably definitely grow, maybe to over the millions as well, as we're still seeing those strongest winds lash the area. And by the way, if you do lose power, you're not going to get it up for quite some time because those bucket trucks can't get up until the wind gets down below 30, 35 miles per hour. It's just not safe. And our winds are well above that right now. We'll stay there potentially through tomorrow. Some of the models are saying we won't lose the tropical storm force winds until sometime tomorrow. So another 24 hours at least of these strong winds coming through here. And in terms of flooding, our biggest threat, of course, is what's coming down from the skies right now. The pumping system here in New Orleans can only take a quarter to a half inch an hour. We're going to see a lot more than that as well. But we also have the risk of severe weather when we have these landfalling systems. Tornadoes, a big concern. I know we're tracking that risk. Let's go back to the studio now. Molly is keeping a close eye on even some warnings that are now being issued.
Yeah, Paul, some of the impacts in this far outer reaching, because right now we're tracking a tornado warning just issued in coastal Alabama. So we're going to go ahead and zoom into this and show you exactly where this is. This is just to the south and just to the southeast of Mobile, Alabama. It's a tornado warning for the county of Baldwin until 1:15 local time. And you can see as we flip over to velocity just how clear this signature is. Pretty much going to move right across that 98 highway. So if you're in this area, just go ahead and get into your safe spot. There's the bands of Ida continue to move through this. And these tropical tornadoes, they tend to spin up very quickly, and they do tend to be very short-lived, but they can do some damage, and they can do that very quickly. So timing this out into the Foley area around 12:43 local time, eventually into Summerdale around 12:51 local time.
Fall together with Lowe's. Labor Day values now in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
Monday payday, Tuesday payday, Wednesday payday, Thursday payday, Friday payday, Saturday payday, Sunday payday. Payday. Payday.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome!
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
That's a joke.
Do not repeat that to anyone, right?
You're gonna fight.
Do not repeat that to anyone.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
No one likes to choose between safe or sporty, modern or reliable. We want both. We want a hybrid. So do banks. That's why they're going hybrid with IBM. A hybrid cloud approach helps them personalize experiences with Watson AI while helping keep data secure. From banking to manufacturing, businesses are going with a smarter hybrid cloud, using the tools, platform, and expertise of IBM.
Whatever gives you life, There's a Life Cuisine meal for you, like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein, so you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
Hey, you! Domino's is giving away $15 million in surprise frees.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food.
I love it.
From Domino's.
Okay, got everything ready. Got the rental, got it dropped off, going to the championship with your tiny champion. Going. Got it.
Now with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 on Verizon 5G Ultra Wideband, there's no more fear of missing out. Or as I like to say, download a movie in seconds while acting in a movie. While also writing a movie. Game on the go on the fastest 5G in the world. He's cheating! I gotta go.
5G Ultra Wideband, available in many major cities. Switch to Verizon and get up to $1,000 off.
No more FOMO forever!
Here's my new dress. What's that? Oh, Damp Rid.
Damp Rid? Damp Rid. It gets rid of musty odors.
How? Well, Damp Rid attracts and traps excess moisture,
eliminating the source of musty odors.
Mustiness, gone.
Damp Rid. The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
We want to take you now to Laplace, Louisiana, where our winds have been out of the northeast, 32 miles an hour, gusting to 61. This is basically on the west side of Pontchartrain, where 10 and 55 merge. And with that northeast wind, you can imagine the water getting pushed out of Pontchartrain. I also did see just recently outside the levee system, we're seeing some flooding around on 90 in some areas. By the way, Louisiana already has over 120,000 customers without power. And that's important because one family of 4, 6, 8 could be living in one house. So it's many more people already without power, about 122,000 customers. Louisiana has had 3 major landfalls, I'm talking Cat 3 or higher landfalls in the last 2 years. We had Laura and Zeta last year and Ida this year. And Louisiana actually becomes the first U.S. state to record a 150-mile-per-hour hurricane in back-to-back years. So this is significant, this landfall, and things are only going to get worse as we continue to move inland. And remember, your winds are going to be shifting around with this system. So, for instance, Laplace seeing that northeast wind, but as this moves in, your winds are going to shift and then eventually get a southerly flow once it moves past us and is bringing rain into places like Mississippi and also into Tennessee as well. Now, it did make landfall at Port Fourchon at 11:55 local time. That is just to the west of Grand Isle, where we've actually been talking to the chief of police there, reporting 4 feet of water outside of that police station. We've also had reports of wave heights reaching 37.75 feet. That is incredible. We're talking almost 40 feet. So you're talking a 4-story building is how tall those waves are. There's also been reports of gusts in Grand Isle at 148 miles an hour before the wind gauge broke. So it's very likely that we saw winds even stronger than that. So what do you need to be doing if you're watching us right now and you live along that I-10 corridor in Louisiana, or you live along the I-55 corridor in Mississippi? I want you to turn your refrigerator down. Leave the door closed as much as you can. Cook food because you are going to be without power. Power outages are going to be significant. Fill up your bathtub in case you need to use buckets to use to flush your toilet. Stay away from the windows. Make sure that you have your computer backed up. Maybe you want to do that before you lose power. Put everything in a Ziploc bag. These are things you should be doing around the house right now if you're watching us and the storm is headed in your direction. One important thing about this system is going through an eye wall replacement cycle. Bad news because that wind field is going to expand, and that typically happens also of the wind expansion when things pull ashore, so more people will be affected by those stronger winds. The wind is also bringing surge over 5 feet to places like Gulfport, Mississippi, where Tevin Wooten's located. Tevin, give me an idea of how quickly the water has risen and how far it's gone in already.
Steph, well, that 5 feet storm surge report, I got that a couple of hours ago, right around 10 o'clock this morning. I just checked the station, the Bay Waveland Yacht Club station. Now that report is at about 7 feet. So you're starting to, again, approach major flood stage for those lowest lying areas. That's not for everyone. For example, where I'm standing, we are elevated from the Mississippi Sound. But as you can see, the sound is not that far away. In fact, this is Highway 90, and just where that white truck is passed, that's typically where the beach is. You would have folks out on a sunny day that would be able to go out, enjoy a little bit of beach, maybe perhaps 10 to 15 yards of sand on a sunny day. But because we've had that high tide earlier this morning, that coupled with the surge, now we're talking about a storm surge, or storm tide rather, of about 5 to 7 feet. So the entire beach is practically wiped away here in Gulfport, Mississippi, and the gusty winds are also here in Gulfport. I just measured a gust at about 36 miles an hour on my anemometer, but some of the stronger gusts are between 40 and 50 miles an hour. This is just the beginning. As Ida's now going through that eye wall replacement cycle, we are seeing that wind field expand. That's not just for the core of this system, that's also outward. Some 100 miles away from the east of the center, we are seeing strong to gusty winds, and then you add on another 30 miles or so, you get into the Mobile Bay. That's where they have a tornado warning for southern portions of Baldwin County for the next 30 to 35 minutes or so. And then outside of that, into Pensacola and places near Pascagoula, we have heavy rainfall with flash flooding ongoing too. So this is not just a storm that has impacts at the center. They do extend outwards by about 150 to 200 miles or so. So on a day like today and even into tomorrow, the tornado threat does still remain, as does that flash flood threat, as we're starting to get to some of the heaviest rainfall here in the next several hours. This wind, folks, by the way, this is just from an outer band here. This is not at the core of Ida, so you have to keep in mind, even if you're not at the center of a storm, you do get damaging and crippling impacts as well. Speaking of some of those damaging and crippling impacts, let's get into meteorologist Molly McCullum right now. She's live in Weather Channel headquarters covering the latest tornado warning. Molly.
Tevin, you mentioned that tornado warning for areas of coastal Alabama, so we want to get right to it. This is what we have right now, a tornado warning for Baldwin County. This is near the Foley area, headed towards Daphne, as well as Fairhope until 1:15 local time. The rotation on this has repeatedly looked very impressive. You can see where those greens and those reds meet together. That's where you're watching for that rotation. It looks like it will pass just to the north of Foley, but if you are in Foley, go ahead, stay in your safe spot until this tornado warning does expire. We do expect to see more of these as we go throughout the day, and timing this out, if this holds together, Mobile, this is headed your way at 1:34 local time. A tornado watch continues for this area until 7.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
Did you steal my Cheetos again?
Just tell him it wasn't you.
But I caught you at the counter.
Wasn't me.
Saw you snacking on the sofa.
Wasn't me.
You even had him in the shower.
It wasn't me.
I even caught you on camera.
Well,
Wasn't me. It was Shaggy.
it was her. I watched her eat them. It's a Cheetos thing.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
When you get back out there, however you get back out there, go green. Because everybody is green when you ride with Uber Green. Yep, even you guys.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein. So you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine.
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. It's the first and only FDA-approved combination of Advil plus acetaminophen. Advil targets pain. Acetaminophen blocks it. Advil Dual Action. Fast pain relief that lasts 8 hours.
At Domino's, we're giving away $50 million in surprise frees instead of surprise fees like other delivery apps. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Oh my goodness!
Did you know Prilosec OTC can stop frequent heartburn before it begins?
Prilosec OTC uses a unique delayed-release formula that works to turn down acid production, blocking heartburn at the source. With just 1 pill a day, you get 24-hour heartburn protection. Take the Prilosec OTC 2-week challenge and see the difference for yourself. Prilosec OTC, 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
This one device is going to change everything. Gaming, entertainment, streaming, health, business. It will literally change how you experience the world. Welcome to the future.
Without the right connection, you've got nothing.
And now give you the future. No, I don't. Maybe the future's over here. Here we go. Nope.
That's why Spectrum Mobile delivers the most reliable service and nationwide 5G, so you're covered.
If you have unlimited data on a network you can't trust, then your data is limited, and you are too. Set your smartphone free with the Total Wireless Unlimited plans. Get 4 lines with data that never runs out for just $25 a line. Get 5G on the network more Americans depend on, and save up to $80 each month. The network you can count on to stay connected and the unlimited plan you want for just $25 a month per line. Get unlimited and save. Total Wireless. Do amazing.
Innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here, the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, cloudy, high 78. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, some clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We're tracking Hurricane Ida, which made landfall last hour. But take a look at this. This is a Ring doorbell camera view from Grand Isle, which was pretty close to the center, but they got that eye wall, and reports of water feet upon feet deep still overrunning this part of coastal Louisiana. This is a scary view. The good news is most people evacuated. There's a skeleton staff, even of officials and police, still on the island. They are reporting water inside their building. We talked to them a couple of hours ago, and their instruments recorded 148-mile-per-hour wind before, the wind just did away with that instrument. But you can see why there were mandatory evacuations and why you should definitely flee when a storm like this makes landfall, as it did the last hour or so here in Louisiana. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. We have all day long, all night long coverage of Hurricane Ida, yet the latest landfall here in Louisiana. It was at plenty last year. Now here we go again. In New Orleans on Canal Street, you can see winds have been increasing up to and now over tropical storm force wind gusts all day long. Now sustained winds in that tropical storm force range. We're reporting more than 150,000 customers without power. What does that really mean? Well, probably more like easily 500,000 people without power right now across Louisiana, and that number keeps growing. It was under 100,000 maybe 2 hours ago. Now it's 150 and still growing as the winds are coming through here as well. We don't expect the eye to come over here like Zeta did last year, but we're going to be in that right front quadrant. Some of the strongest winds will be within 30, 35 miles of that center, which means we're going to have hurricane force winds here for hours as we head later into this afternoon and this evening. And even the Mississippi River being pushed by the winds here, and Lake Pontchartrain. There's some flooding close to Lake Pontchartrain with the winds pushing that water here, and that will continue. Flooding is going to happen because of what's falling from the sky here. There might be some surge surge pushing up and over the levee protection system, but we don't expect anything like what happened or started happening 16 years ago. By the way, today is the anniversary of landfall of Hurricane Katrina next door in Mississippi, but we are still going to have impacts here. For those who are still riding this out, we do not expect a Katrina-like flood event. We expect more of a freshwater flooding and maybe some overwashing of the levees, but not a complete failure is not expected of the levee system. So hopefully that might reduce by 10% the anxiety level that many people who lived through Katrina are still in this city. Many people evacuated, but some could not. They couldn't afford to evacuate. So we're going to ride this one out with you. Just stay in your safe place. Stay in your high spaces, too. Many cars here are parked to try to get out of some low-lying areas. This is called some of the neutral ground area. And power crews are stationed to respond when the power is safe to restore it as well. But we're not quite done with this storm. Let's check back in with storm specialist Carl Parker, who's keeping a track on this. And Carl, the eye is still over Port Fourchon. It's kind of a calm right now, but they still have the backside of that eye wall to get through. And of course, here in New Orleans, we still have a lot more weather to get through.
Yeah, long way to go, and we're seeing some very strong velocities in that secondary eye wall right now, Paul. And let's give you the latest on the storm. So for the first time in Louisiana history, we have seen back-to-back 150-mile-per-hour landfalls in consecutive years. And there you see the latest on the storm, still very strong. It's not going to lose energy all that quickly because it's sitting over very wet ground. This is intertidal area. An extreme wind warning still in effect right now. And you see that initial eye wall coming through Port Fourchon there, coming towards Galliano right now. Winds still gusting to 90 miles per hour in Grand Isle. They gusted to 98 earlier, maybe well above that, but that is an unofficial report. Here you see that inner eye wall now approaching Galliano. It's going to get much, much worse in short order there. And there, by the way, is a live look at what is going on in Grand Isle. A remote camera has been set up there, and you see the terrific amount of storm surge that has occurred along with wind. A very dangerous place to be right now. There's no doubt about that. Let's get over to Tevin Wooten. He's in Gulfport. And Tevin, I know the winds have been getting stronger and stronger there.
Yeah, Carl, they have been getting stronger and stronger. I just got a gust at tropical storm force at 40 miles an hour here in Gulfport, Mississippi. So gusty winds at the very least, but we're in those outer bands. And overall, though we don't get a lot of heavy rainfall, at least for now, there is still gusty winds embedded in that. So for the folks that, again, that are trying to get out and maybe make their way around town, now is not the time. In fact, if we can pull up the radar, I want to show you what we're dealing with right now. We just went through one small cell of a storm. There are still multiple beyond that. And notice what's between the core of Ida and just to the east of us in Pascagoula, Mississippi. Extremely heavy rainfall. The drier air is losing out. The moist air is winning in. We'll start to see more and more rainfall. That will lead to flash flooding and torrential rainfall for portions of the northern Gulf Coast. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
With Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, my husband's got his moves back.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is the first full prescription strength gel for powerful arthritis pain relief. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Welcome the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Oh no. I mean, I think they look good, man.
Smooth. They are a little tight.
Like, too tight? Might just need to break them in a little bit because you don't want them too loose.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive.
True.
With 24/7 roadside assistance.
Okay. Think I'm gonna wear these home.
Excellent choice.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
New customers get our best deals on all smartphones.
That's right. But what if I'm already a customer? Oh, no problem. Hey, Cam.
Same deal.
Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
Oh, it's a great deal. What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can...
Oh, nice.
Hey, but what about for existing customers?
Same deal.
Is he okay?
It's not complicated. With AT&T, everyone can ace back to school with our best deals on every smartphone, like the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 5G.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple loves camping adventures, and their SUV is always there with them. So when their windshield got a chip, they wanted it fixed fast. They drove to Safe Light Auto Glass for a guaranteed same-day in-shop repair. We repaired the chip before it could crack, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you can trust when you need it most.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Whenever you're ready.
You gotta stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this. We're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. The flooding is catastrophic. We're in bad, dire shape. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing, things are coming apart all around us.
A destructive storm by the name of Hurricane Ida making landfall just before midday on Sunday. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. The storm making landfall near Port Fourchon, Louisiana, and we are still getting gusty winds as this destructive storm rages on. We're live for you in Gulfport, Mississippi right now, where some of the outer bands are pushing through, and I noticed just about 30 seconds right before we came to you guys, the winds really started to shift direction as some of these storms made their way onshore. Beyond me here, that's the Mississippi Sound. You can see how strong the winds are, some gusts between 40 and 50 miles an hour. Occasionally, though, we get a shift in the wind direction. So perhaps as we're watching things move onshore with some of these storms, maybe getting into a waterspout. That is potential here along the Gulf Coast, and that's also a threat, too, as they move inland. That then becomes tornadic, and we see that chance for tornadic supercells that we occasionally do or typically do on the northeastern quadrant of tropical entities and hurricanes as such. We'll continue monitoring this throughout the day. This is bringing heavy rainfall. This is reducing visibility here in Gulfport, Mississippi. This is also bringing gusty winds as well. On the radar right now, these storms look small, but they are mighty. Let me tell you, visibility reduced to next to nothing basically every 30 minutes or so. And you can sort of see how out into the Mississippi Sound, we still have a cloud or a wall of moisture. That's the rainfall that is pushing on right now. So everybody here at the hotel and everybody that is hunkering down through Gulfport, Mississippi, into Mobile, Alabama, into Foley, Alabama, in Pascagoula, in Pensacola, and in Destin, and Fort Walton as well. That is how far-reaching we are seeing Ida's arms, or the outer bands of Ida, extend about 150 to 200 miles away from the center. By the way, the storm, even as it's moving ashore, we do still see a destructive storm push on here. So we'll continue monitoring that, and I want folks, especially in southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, to know that, yes, you do get those tornadic supercells. We have a torcon today of a 3 through southern portions of Mississippi and Alabama. And even as this storm moves inland, we will continue to experience that threat of tropical spin-ups here along portions of the Twin States. And guess what? As Ida moves inland to perhaps Baton Rouge, we may still see, or we're likely to still see, hurricane force winds extend there as well. So that's why the hurricane watches and warnings are up for portions of Louisiana, 80 miles inland away from the coast. That's how strong Ida is, and Ida will continue to be into Sunday evening and Monday. We know we're also experiencing strong impacts, too, right into the heart of New Orleans, Louisiana. Let's get to meteorologist Paul Goodloe standing by with more. Paul, what are the conditions like where you are?
Well, we're getting a decent wind gust coming through here. It's kind of scary. I've been here before for Hurricane Zeta, but you can hear the wind howling here right next to the French Quarter here in New Orleans, and we just kind of went through that gust, but you can see the palm trees behind me taking a beating as our winds continue to increase. They've been gusting tropical storm force for at least 6 to 7 hours here, sustained the last couple of hours, which means above 39 miles per hour here. The Lakefront Airport reporting gusts well over 60 miles per hour. Lake Pontchartrain is like a washing machine being agitated right now, and we have some flooding already. In fact, our second camera is over in the French, a little deeper in the French Quarter, and we are seeing some of the smaller streets, some river or some water starting to rise in some areas. That's going to be an ongoing concern here, is the rain coming down and causing some flooding. This city below sea level, so they have to pump the water up and out. About a ½ inch an hour is all they can take here. We get those heavier rain bands, which have yet to really start in mass here across the metro New Orleans area. We are going to deal with some of the pumps being overwhelmed by how heavy the rain is coming down. They've been doing a lot here. A lot of people have evacuated. You see some of the businesses, they're putting up whatever protection they can to perhaps delay or minimize the amount of water coming into their businesses. Even some places have put plywood up to protect the windows. So, you know, it's tough because you know it's coming. This place has had several hurricanes and tropical storms impact them. In fact, today is the anniversary of Katrina making landfall. Granted, it made landfall in Mississippi, but we know the flood concerns here. The levee protection system, it has expanded dramatically in the last 16 years since Katrina. That's, you know, it's going to hold. It's designed for a Cat 3. Yes, this is a Cat 4. We might see some overwashing of some of the levees, but we don't expect the type of catastrophic failure like we had 16 years ago begin with Katrina making landfall, again, east of us here. But the winds knocking out more power. Power flashes have been on and off here in the quarter. Overall, more than 150,000 customers without power right now in Louisiana. And I always try to use a multiplier of maybe 2 to 4, so easily 500,000 people without power. Again, customers are billing points where the bill is sent to, but it could be perhaps a hotel, could be an apartment building, could be a studio apartment. The bottom line is there's a lot more people than 150,000 without power, and you got to remember, unlike Zeta, that happened in October. It was cooler afterwards. This is August. Without power, without air conditioning, it's going to be brutal when it's finally safe to recover from this, which might not be till tomorrow. Let's talk about the duration of this event and bring in storm specialist Carl Parker. And Carl, unlike the last hurricane that went through and over in New Orleans, this thing is going to keep us in this danger zone of impacts well into Monday.
Yeah, no question, Paul. It's a very slow-moving storm, and it's going to be slow to lose energy. It's an incredibly powerful storm to begin with. It's been very rare to see a storm this strong striking the Louisiana coastline. We've never seen it happen back-to-back in consecutive years to see a 150-mile-per-hour storm doing that. Now, notice the motion is northwest at 13 miles per hour. That's important. I'll show you why here in just a second. Extreme wind warning now in effect until 1:30. We'll see what happens when that expires, but there certainly is potential for exceptionally strong winds where that eye wall is. We are still, look at this, still getting winds gusting to 97 miles per hour. We got an unofficial report of winds gusting to over 140 miles per hour in Grand Isle earlier. Winds are stepping up in Galliano, 82 miles per hour. A couple of stations to the east there in Plaquemines Parish now reporting calm winds. So the anemometers have been knocked out, but they did report winds gusting to 130 miles per hour earlier. So here's the most dangerous part of the storm right there in terms of wind. That is where the inner eye wall is. That is now coming into Galliano. It's going to get much, much worse in the next few minutes as that moves in. And then here's the secondary eye wall, and winds have really stepped up there in Grand Isle, I should say, as that has moved in. And so we're going to watch this inner eye wall come up into Homa, and then the secondary eye wall is going to be moving off to the northwest and then more towards the north as well. By the way, there's a live picture of Grand Isle. We've had a camera set up here through the course of this event. Absolutely devastating down there. Again, winds gusting most recently to 97 miles per hour. And we've seen storm surge of nearly 5 feet there. Low tide is right about now, so maybe that mitigating it somewhat, but it's really been tough there. And again, that secondary eye wall right in there, that's going to be coming up towards New Orleans. Now, whether or not it gets right over New Orleans is tricky because we do think the storm is going to move more to the north at some point. It's going to be really, really close. But regardless, winds will be gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans, gusting to 62 miles per hour right now. That's only going to step up as we go through the next several hours. You've got a lot of surge as well. Shell Beach on the end of Lake Bourne there, 7 feet of surge right now. And here's the model forecast. So there's the inner eye wall right there. There's the secondary eye wall starts to come up very close to, if not right over, New Orleans. And then we continue to see that for several hours. So that's going to mean a prolonged period of very strong wind there in New Orleans, gusting 75 to 90 miles per hour through late afternoon. That may continue into the early evening as well. And then finally does begin to relent somewhat, but still very strong even into late tonight and through the overnight hours. We want to go out now to Stephanie, and she's been reporting on the storm in Morgan City. And Steph, it's going to get a lot worse where you are there as that eye wall comes in next hour or so.
You know, you were just talking about New Orleans, which is about 90 miles off to our east. We could get the western side of that. It's going to be close, basically going right in between me and Morgan City and our crews in New Orleans. Little shift east, little shift west is going to make or break certain cities getting the worst of the eye wall. Right now, that inner eye wall, the most intense eye wall, going through Golden Meadow, Louisiana, about 60 miles off to my southeast. Now, Houma is about 30 miles to my east, and then this is south and east of Houma. They are getting hammered right now with the worst winds from this. I can report that we know that there are some power outages in Houma. We actually spoke to someone who was there. They said they lost power. I want to say he said it was about an hour ago. Speaking of power outages, we already have 150,000 customers in Louisiana without power. That is just one building. So if you're talking about a household of 4, 6, or 8, many more people already seeing those power outages. We are also getting reports here. Highway 90 outside of the levee protection is seeing flooding in the New Orleans area. Also, old US 51 in LaPlace is also overtaken by water. That is essentially where 10 and 55 merge on the west side of Pontchartrain. And remember, they were getting that north component to that wind, and so that's been pushing the water, northeasterly component to the wind, I should say, pushing that water south and west, which is where LaPlace is located. And conditions are going to continue to get worse. If you've been with us through the morning, Laplace, excuse me about that. Laplace, yes, thank you. If you've been with us through the morning, our winds have picked up a little bit. We still have power here in Morgan City. But if we get that outer eye wall, we could see a lot of damage and a lot more power outages. So here's LaPlace that I was talking about. You can see the water is covering that area. Here's one of the other problems. All the rain that's falling from the sky. This system's going to slow. It's going to take a solid 24 hours to get through, and it makes that turn as we head into Monday to go off to the north and the east. But the east side of the storm is where we will see significant flooding on already saturated grounds. Places like New Orleans, we are already 20 inches above average on rainfall, and getting another foot or so is going to be just awful. And remember, most deaths actually happen from flooding, from the water, from the rain, from the surge. So do keep that in mind. Don't drive through any of those flooded roadways. Now's the time to stay home. If you have yet to get the weather, I'm talking the I-10 corridor up towards I-55 into Mississippi, things you need to be doing right now, Molly. Filling up your bathtub so you can flush your toilet if you have issues with that, turning down the refrigerator, maybe cooking food, doing laundry. Because, Molly, our power outages, because there's going to be so widespread, could be for days, if not weeks in some places.
Well, thank you, Steph. Obviously, a lot of the focus right now is on the power outages, potentially on the communities being hardest hit by the wind right now. But these impacts are going to extend well inland. And we're talking about the better part of tomorrow. We will see this sit over Mississippi. So we're talking about wind, maybe not as strong as what we're seeing right now, but still a lot of wind and particularly some water falling from the sky over Mississippi. So let's get the details on this and show you the track and how we're expecting this to move over the next few days, because you just heard heard Stephanie mention that this is going to slow down considerably. We've been expecting this. It's been able to keep a pretty fast pace until now. Now that it's moving inland, it's going to spend the better part of today over Louisiana, tracking into Mississippi. You can see tomorrow those timestamps keep it over Mississippi and then pushing over areas like Tennessee, particularly Waverly, which does not need any more rainfall, but likely will see some rainfall from Ida as it moves through. And this will continue up into the northeast, even areas that saw rain from systems like Henri just last weekend. So the flash flooding potential is high, of course, in areas of southeastern Louisiana, but we have to talk about areas like Hattiesburg, Mississippi, up even to Jackson, Mississippi. That's through tomorrow morning. On top of that, we have to mention the fact that we do have a pretty substantial threat for a few isolated spin-up tornadoes. We always see these with landfalling systems. So there is a Torcon of 3. We've already seen a tornado warning in coastal Alabama. That has since been canceled, but it's not a matter of if we will see more tornado warnings. It's just a matter of when, as these bands continue to work their way onshore. The better part of tomorrow through Tuesday morning, that's when we're concerned about flash flooding potential across a lot of Mississippi, even stretching into Alabama. And many of the same areas tomorrow will be seeing that threat for those isolated spin-up tornadoes. They can happen very quickly. Usually do not see them coming because they are wrapped in rain. A lot of torrential tropical rainfall surrounds these. As we move Tuesday into Wednesday, that flooding concern continues. Areas like Nashville, we mentioned just Waverly, right outside of Nashville, under the threat for some flash flooding once again. This extends up into the northeast. Severe thunderstorms possible as we get into Tuesday from Alabama, even extending into areas like Atlanta, Georgia. Well, Tevin Wooten is live in Gulfport, Mississippi right now. And Tevin, it looks like the wind has really started to pick up for you there.
Yeah, Molly, things have really kicked up over the last 30 minutes or so. We've taken it up a notch higher. Now wind gusts are at 41 miles an hour here in Gulfport, Mississippi. So those tropical storm wind gusts at the very least are verifying. I think we have tropical storm force winds, though, sustained closer to 35 or 40 miles an hour. All this flow is from the east for right now, so that's building things up in the Mississippi Sound. You can see how this is raging. It looks like the Gulf of Mexico. It's connected to the Gulf of Mexico, but guess what? There's also a beach between the water and here, but that water has overtaken the beach. In fact, water levels right now are at about 5.2 feet so far. So the surge continues to pour in. That will continue pouring in too as the wind direction shifts. Instead of the east, things will come out of the south. And speaking of wind direction shift, folks, some of the storms that are coming ashore starting to spit up a little bit. We've already had a couple of tornado warnings to our east, and we actually had one to our west earlier this morning before sunrise. We have to monitor that closely, even as the heaviest rainfall pushes out of here. We still have that risk of spin up. So for the folks thinking they're going out, nuh-uh. Do not go out today. Practice the utmost safety. Stay indoors if you can. Much more to come with Hurricane Ida when we return.
Three words: warm strawberry jam.
3 more words: perfect as is.
Frozen bites taste like ice cream. It's science.
Do I need to pre-treat my laundry? Nope.
With Tide Pods, you don't need to worry.
The pre-treaters are built in.
Tide Pods dissolve even when the water is freezing.
Nice. If it's gotta be clean,
it's gotta be Tide.
Think premium can't be capable? Think again. Introducing the first ever AT4 lineup. Premium and capable. That's professional grade from GMC.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome!
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I don't feel sick. Why should I cure my hepatitis C?
How can I handle one more thing?
You can stay on track and be cured in only 8 weeks with Maverick. You can keep your momentum with Maverick.
Before starting Maverick, your doctor will test if you've had hepatitis B, which may flare up and cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B, a liver or kidney transplant, other liver problems, HIV-1, or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take. Don't take Maverick with anizanavir or rifampin, or if you've had certain liver problems. If you've had or have serious liver problems other than Hep C, there's a rare chance they may worsen. Signs of serious liver problems may include yellowing of the skin, abdominal pain or swelling, confusion, and unexplained bleeding or bruising. Tell your doctor if you develop symptoms of liver disease. Common side effects include headache and tiredness.
Now I can live life cured and feel free.
8 weeks was faster than I thought.
Now it's your turn to keep your momentum with Maverick.
Talk to your doctor about Maverick.
Hey, you! Domino's is giving away $15 million in surprise frees.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees. At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free food.
I love it.
From Domino's.
You guys ever tried one of these bars made over at Red Twix? Why? Our special cookie is cascaded with caramel and cloaked in chocolate. Never wondered?
Try both. Pick a side. Twix.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Being apart during life's biggest moments has been hard. But with Total Wireless, you can still make those moments happen. Get the newest, fastest devices at an incredible price with 5G from the network more Americans depend on. So you can be there even when you're not there. And with unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 a month with no contract, you can save up to $80 each month. Total Wireless. Do amazing.
Had enough? No, arthritis. Here, new Aspirin arthritis. Huh. Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods. Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspirin.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. And in a clinical study, after just one day, 90% felt powerful 24-hour relief. So, be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy, high 77. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, some clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, variable clouds with scattered thunderstorms. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. Whoa! It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
We're tracking landfall of Hurricane Ida. Looking at video of storm surge flooding in Grand Isle, Louisiana. They have been inundated with winds well over 140 miles per hour and feet upon feet of Gulf of Mexico water covering that community right there. We've talked to the police chief earlier. We haven't been able to talk to him through voice, but some text. They're still doing well. They have water in many homes and buildings that are still standing there, if they're standing, but they are weathering the brunt, that eye wall of Hurricane Ida, which made landfall just to the west of Grand Isle at Port John a little while ago. Oof. Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow in New Orleans. Once again, dealing with a hurricane making landfall. The best thing you can do from this wind is basically hide from it. Winds have been sustained at tropical storm force winds for quite some time. You can see what it's doing to the rain here, blowing it sideways. And I'm slightly protected. If I step out, it is pretty brutal here. Sustained winds, 39 miles per hour is tropical storm force. And they've been well over 60 in some locations just around the city as well. And we were here last October for Hurricane Zeta, and you might think this shelter here might give you protection. This is a trolley station. These things were blowing out and shattering back in October when Zeta came right over the area as a slightly weaker hurricane than what Ida is right now. So I'm trying to make sure I am upwind things like that, because they will shatter into small little pieces. We already had some bits of debris coming on through here. I see this gentleman here in a wheelchair doing his best to take shelter. I'm just hoping someone from the city can come get him to a better location, because he definitely is at risk at this time. There's all types of debris coming through here. Part of a dumpster flying by in the winds. So we're talking about this all morning long, how the winds will keep increasing, even though landfall and that center of Ida is going to pass by with about 30 and 35 miles per hour. We're still going to be in some hurricane force winds for hours as we head throughout the rest of today into this evening. And the tropical storm force wind gusts, like we're doing right now, might not stop until sometime tomorrow. So if you evacuated, this is the reason why you should have, because these winds have been increasing all day now, all afternoon long, and will continue to do so. And people who are still stuck here, who could not even afford to evacuate, well, seek a safe place. Something where you can be away from the exposed windows and walls in your house, wherever you're taking shelter. Just ride this one out. Let's talk more about how long we're going to see the winds intensify here, and head back to the studio with Carl. And Carl, we're still hours away from the closest pass of the center, and we have a lot more weather to go through here.
Yeah, long way to go, Paul. In fact, the modeling indicating that the winds are going to continue to step up over the next few hours and then likely peak going through late afternoon and through the evening hours there in New Orleans. And let's take a look, first of all, at the latest on the storm. We just did get a new advisory from the Hurricane Center, and still 150 mile per hour Category 4. It's not going to lose a lot, at least initially, because this land that it's over is mostly water. It's intertidal area, and so it's what we call brown ocean. Extreme wind warning still up for a few more minutes. We'll see if another one is issued. Would not be at all surprising given the level of wind that we are seeing. Got a gust to 97 in Grand Isle at 136. That anemometer may be out. That's the case with a couple of them farther to the east in Plaquemines Parish. In Galliano, gusting to 81 right now. But that most dangerous part of the storm, that inner eye wall, is just about to move in. So that wind is going to step up dramatically as that happens. Houma, you're going to be in for very strong wind as well. Then you have the secondary eye wall, which reaches out a lot farther. That's going to graze Morgan City and is also going to come up towards New Orleans. You've got strong winds coming to New Orleans no matter what, but if you get into that secondary eye wall where the precipitation is heavier, then it's going to be even stronger than that. Winds now gusting to 62 miles per hour in New Orleans, and they'll continue to get stronger over the next several hours. Here's the model forecast showing you the core right there and that secondary eye wall and the very heavy precipitation associated with that, and that just rolls through very slowly over the next many hours, even into late tonight. We've still got heavy rain and strong winds coming through, and then that makes its way up into southern Mississippi. So looking at the model forecast for winds, winds gusting to hurricane force and higher from the next couple of hours through late afternoon. That will continue into this evening, maybe backing off a little bit, but then stepping up once again as we're on the southeast side of that circulation. So it's going to be a prolonged period of very strong winds in New Orleans, in Baton Rouge, coming into Macomb and into Morgan City as well because of the slow motion of this storm. And stay with the Weather Channel and our team of veteran meteorologists throughout Hurricane Ida. We'll have more coverage, live coverage from the coast coming up here in just a few minutes.
My ex is dating a Pisces. So I'm like, screw it, let's talk manifesting. Let's talk chakras. Let's talk self-healing my way through the 12th house.
Set your intentions.
Crystals up.
Full moon bath ritual. Cleanse and find your magic.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
I felt awful because of my psoriasis. I was covered from head to toe with it. It really hurt. Then I started Cosentix. That was 4 years ago.
How are you?
See me.
Cosentix works fast to give you clear skin that can last. Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
I look and feel better.
Ask your dermatologist if Cosentix could help you move past the pain of psoriasis.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop. This is awesome!
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Riders, wanderers on the road of life. The journey is why they ride. When the road is all you need, there is no destination.
I'm actually just going to get a nice coffee.
Well, she may have a destination this one time, but usually...
I usually have a destination.
Yeah, but most of the time her destination is...
Nope, just the coffee shop.
No matter why you ride, Progressive has you covered with protection starting at $79 a year.
Because she's a biker.
Please don't follow me in.
You probably think Visa is a credit card company, huh? But it's actually a network. Connecting just about everyone to just about everyone else. It can open eyes with a cup of coffee and change minds about what makes a business a business. And it is working to connect everyone, everywhere. So, meet Visa, a network working for everyone.
I thought I was managing my moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Then I realized something was missing. Me. My symptoms were keeping me from being there for her. So I talked to my doctor and learned Humira is the #1 prescribed biologic for people with Crohn's disease. The majority of people on Humira saw significant symptom relief in as little as 4 weeks, and many achieve remission that can last.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Be there for you and them. Ask your gastroenterologist about Humira. With Humira, remission is possible.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to Tracking Hurricane Ida. Meteorologist Paul Goodman live in New Orleans. And Ida has made landfall, but we're not done. The weather continues to go downhill here in New Orleans. I'll try my best to stay out of the wind as I can, as we're getting winds sustained in tropical storm force and getting into closer hurricane force wind gusts. And they're blowing everything that's not backed down well around here. We've seen dumpsters flying by. Some of these trolley stations, they have shattered. That glass is not strong enough to withstand this. In fact, I was here back in October for Hurricane Zeta, which the center came right across New Orleans. I'm feeling stronger winds today, and we're not quite even in the strongest of winds yet here in New Orleans, as Hurricane Ida is still hours away from making its closest pass to New Orleans. You look at the radar and see some of the yellow, some of the intense rains. That's another big concern, is some of the heavy rain that's coming this way. This wind's definitely causing damage, knocking down trees and even power lines. More than 150,000 customers are without power right now in Louisiana. And I'm now seeing some of the street lights going out here. It might be a local event or it could be perhaps widespread. We don't know. But even our hotel had some power flashes. But the big concern is we have hours upon hours of tropical storm force winds well into Monday, and even hurricane force winds for much of the rest of today. Again, New Orleans should be within 30 or 40 miles of the actual center point, which means you're going to have that eastern eye wall come pretty close to, if not pummeling, parts of the metro New Orleans area here. In terms of flooding, the rain is going to be the biggest deal. They're going to overwhelm the pumps. Looking at the radar, some of the heavier rain bands have yet to rotate into New Orleans a half inch an hour. That's all the pumps can take. There's already reports of some pumps losing power. We started down 3 pumps. We were 96 of 99 operational at the beginning of this event. Some are reporting power outages, so that's an ongoing concern. Flooding is going to happen. The question is, how deep will it get and how long will it last? We do not expect a Katrina-type flooding on this anniversary of Katrina, but we are dealing with a lot of impacts here, and it's just beginning here across Louisiana. Dealing with impacts with storm surge ongoing right now into Mississippi. Let's check in with Tevin Newton, who is live in Gulfport. And Tevin, it's pretty bad there. And the fortunate thing is it's not as bad as it was 16 years ago when Katrina made that landfall pretty close to there with a 30-foot surge.
Yeah, Paul, a little bit difficult to hear you, but that wind is howling. I can tell where you are in New Orleans, Louisiana. Winds are howling here, too, from Ida. We are in Gulfport, Mississippi. I just clocked in a gust at 50 miles an hour. That's how strong this storm is. That's how far-reaching a lot of the impacts from Ida are and continue to be. In fact, some of the wind gusts here were right around 50 miles an hour, but they are starting to peak a little bit more and more as those outer bands continue to pull through. In Jefferson Parish, just to give you guys an update, the parish president has said they are receiving rescue requests, but it is too unsafe right now. They are not able to get to those folks who are calling in for rescues. Again, in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, they're receiving rescue requests. They are not able to get to folks right now. We can only pray, we can only hope that they are as safe as possible and perhaps trying to get to higher ground because of that storm surge that's also pushing in. Speaking of surge, behind me sits the Mississippi Sound. That water has completely, folks, covered the beach. I mean, that water came, this was earlier this morning before the strongest winds arrived. We're still in some of the east winds, though. Eventually the winds will kick up. Those will start to pick up out of the south, and we too will see that storm surge threat continue to be increased as we go throughout the afternoon hours today. Right around 5.7 feet for some of the water levels right now in western portions or southwestern portions of Mississippi and along the Mississippi Gulf Coast. But again, storm surge will continue to be a threat. So will the heavy rainfall and tornadoes too, folks. I know that you sat at home, you've hunkered down, you've been waiting all day long. When's it gonna get here? When's it gonna get here? Ida is here right now, and Ida is not done just yet. In fact, I think some of the worst impacts have remained to be seen and are still on the way. So we're not done with this. I want you guys to exercise your safety plans. Continue to stay in a safe place. If you are in southern portions of Mississippi, if you are in south central Louisiana, southeastern Louisiana, for the folks there in New Orleans and in and around Lake Pontchartrain, if you are in portions of Alabama and also northwestern Florida, Pascagoula, all the way to St. George Island, we are getting those outer feeder bands continue, folks. I mean, they are just walloping and hammering the northern Gulf Coast. This is a storm that will for sure go down in the record books as one of the strongest storms to impact the northern Gulf Coast from Florida, from Alabama to Mississippi. Right here in Gulfport, we have team coverage spread out all across this storm for you here in Mississippi and Louisiana. We're going to take a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
Counting your veggies can be hard. So we did it for you. V8, the original plant-powered drink. Veg up.
Pumpkin lovers, there's a whole new spin on pumpkin to love at Dunkin'. With our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew, topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam, or a pumpkin spice signature latte. Enjoy a medium for $3. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
Do I need to pre-treat my laundry? Nope.
With Tide Pods, you don't need to worry.
The pre-treaters are built in.
Tide Pods dissolve even when the water is freezing.
Nice. If it's gotta be clean,
it's gotta be Tide.
Make this the summer you taught them what it means to serve. The summer of hauling happiness by the ton and bringing home hardware by the handful, where traditions were passed down on the tailgate. And the only thing more powerful than the feeling was the truck that took you to it. Make this the summer of Ram.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2021 Ram 1500.
Every customer has their own Safelite story. This couple loves camping adventures, and their SUV is always there with them. So when their windshield got a chip, they wanted it fixed fast. They drove to Safelite Auto Glass for a guaranteed same-day in-shop repair. We repaired the chip before it could crack, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you can trust when you need it most.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
The Subaru Forester. Dog tested, dog approved.
This is more than just a building. It's an AI-powered investment firm with billion-dollar views. A cutting-edge data security enterprise. Yes, with the slide. A perfect location for the world's first 1-hour delivery. An inspiration for the next workout cult. And enough space for a pecan-based nutrition bar empire. It could happen because there's space for any dream on LoopNet, the most popular place to find a space.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Pizza Hut's Detroit-style pizza is back. Same crispy crust, cheese all the way to the edge, and the sauce still on top. Okay, now I'm hungry. The Detroit-style pizza. Create your own or pick from 3 signature recipes. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Welcome back to our coverage of Hurricane Ida. It is still an extremely dangerous 150-mile-per-hour Category 4 storm moving to the northwest now at 13 miles per hour. Made landfall officially at about noon, but it's over very wet ground, intertidal areas, and so it's not going to be losing a lot of intensity quickly. There you see a brand new extreme wind warning issued for Lafourche, St. Charles, and Terrebonne parishes. That going until 4:30, covering the inner and secondary eye walls. That's where the strongest of wind is being seen right now. Just outside of New Orleans, so it's expected that it's going to get really strong in New Orleans, but not quite that strong. This is where we expect to see sustained wind of 115 plus miles per hour. This product born out of Hurricane Charlie, when the National Weather Service issued tornado warnings in lieu of having something like that to use. So here you see the latest winds. Galliano now gusting to 92 miles per hour. They are about to get walloped by this inner eye wall. It looks like we're not getting readings any longer from Grand Isle. 97 miles per hour there. There you see just below me live pictures from Grand Isle, where we've seen a terrific water level rise, and we've had winds gusting over 100 miles per hour, perhaps well over 100 miles per hour officially. And so, this is sort of ground zero for the landfall of the storm, which occurred just off to the southwest of Grand Isle. It's been a really, really rough day there today. Again, that inner eye wall now coming up towards Galliano. It's going to get a lot worse in short order. Another hour or so, that inner eye wall comes up towards Homa. The secondary eye wall is about to move in, and then that secondary eye wall is also going to come very close to Morgan City, just kind of grazing that. And certainly we're going to get into much stronger winds here in New Orleans as these bands continue to work in. That heavier rain helps to transport more of that wind down to the ground. So now gusting to 61 miles per per hour. We did get a gust that was well over that at the lakefront most recently. And so we're going to be looking at some very strong winds going through the rest of the afternoon. And in addition to that, exceptionally heavy rain. So here you see the core of the storm. That's 5 o'clock this afternoon, has not moved that much. Then we'll take it into this evening, 11 o'clock, the center of the storm near Baton Rouge, but we're still solidly in the wind and the rain there in New Orleans, in Gulfport and Biloxi, and then it continues to move up 55 and towards Jackson and Hattiesburg as well. And because of that slow forward speed, we are going to see a terrific amount of rain, very likely that we see flash flooding in and around New Orleans. Look at some of the model outputs here. Here you're seeing more than 12 inches, according to one model, coming up through New Orleans. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the pumps in New Orleans, and the American model showing something very similar there in New Orleans. Well, we want to get out to Stephanie now, and she's in Morgan City in Louisiana. And Stephanie, again, that extreme wind warning issued just to your south, and so it's going to be a real close shave there for some of the very strongest winds.
So just to give people some perspective here, Homa is about 30 miles to our east. That's it, just 30 miles off to our east. And they are going to get some of the worst weather. Now, is it going to get into Morgan City or not? It's just going to be a little wobble this way or that way that will determine if we get really bad winds here. We actually just saw the fire department, someone from the fire department and the police department actually came over to our live shot and said that there's already one tree down, and there's like nothing here yet. We have barely been getting bad winds, and there's already a tree down. They said they were taking care of it. They wanted to get it removed before the worst of the weather got to this area. Power is still on here, but we do know someone that lives in Homa, and they told us that the power is out there. I've seen reports of power being out also into Metairie, which is up by Lake Pontchartrain. And we want to talk about Jefferson Parish, in which Metairie sits in, too. We want to talk to the president. Cynthia Lee Sheng is joining us this morning. Thank you for being with us this morning, Cynthia. Let's first start off with the reports that you're getting requests for help in Grand Isle.
Yes, so Grand Isle was an area, it's a lower lying area of Jefferson Parish. It is our most vulnerable area. It sits right on the Gulf of Mexico. I issued a mandatory evacuation for Grand Isle because of the just very dangerous storm surge. Most of the people left the island, but I spoke to the mayor last night, and we think there's probably about 40 people, including some first responders and some firefighters, that are on the island. We were getting requests for some rescue. Obviously, they cannot do that now. Everybody's just going to have to ride out the storm and wait. Now, the difficulty with Grand Isle is that it's just one road in. It's a very narrow island. The road becomes impassable very quickly. I'm getting reports that there's already white caps on the road. Our fire station's taking on water at the bottom. So it's a very, very difficult situation. They're really taking a bad hit right now, and conditions are just terrible on the island.
Yeah. 6 feet there over Highway 1, which is the only way to get into there. I was curious, can you give us any details on this request? Do you know what type of situation these people were in?
I think they just started seeing the effects of this weather and this incredible storm, and probably started second guessing, their decision to stay and ask for rescue. But we cannot, I was able to get through with one of the citizens, and he was like, you just look outside, you just see all white. Yeah, like it's hard for them to see what's going on. Yeah. One of the reporters just asked me.
Cynthia, I'm sorry to interrupt you. We have to. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Cynthia. We have to go to a commercial, but we're going to hold you over, come back to you, and talk about the sheriff already knocking on doors.
With Downy Infusions, let the scent set the mood. Feel the difference with Downy.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and now with 2 new flavors.
Welcome to Allstate. A place where everyone lives life well protected. And even when things go a bit wrong, We got your back. Here, things work the way you wish they would, and better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click or call for a lower auto rate today. Return to rugged. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
I got it, you got it, I want it, you want it. When I want it, you got it. When you want it, I got it, yeah. When they want it, ain't want it, we got it, yeah.
At Domino's, we're giving away $50 million in surprise frees instead of surprise fees like other delivery apps. When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Oh my goodness!
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
Have you been...
Real people are finding real savings with Spectrum Mobile.
I switched because we wanted great service for less money.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $650 a year.
We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
Use the Spectrum Mobile Savings Calculator to find out how much you could save. Then get our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Call 844-230-8821.
Well, the idea that we can mix and match plans is great. This way we can adjust the plan to what our needs are at the moment.
These guys are unlimited, I'm by the gig, and I've got more money in my wallet.
Get the flexibility you want with the savings you need, all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts. Call 844-230-8821.
We're paying a lot less and getting a whole lot more.
I'm wondering why I didn't switch to Spectrum Mobile a lot sooner than what I actually did.
Get Spectrum Mobile with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Visit a Spectrum store, go to spectrummobile.com, or call 844-230-8821.
And its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies. This afternoon, cloudy, high 77. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, some clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Monday, variable clouds with scattered thunderstorms. High 85. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we want to continue our conversation now with Jefferson Parish President Cynthia Lee Shang joining us again. Cynthia, thank you for staying over the commercial break because I want to ask you about Sheriff Joseph Lapinto. I'm told he's going door to door to check on residents and not only check on them, but perhaps get their name, phone number for after the storm. Can you give me some more details on where he's doing this and if you guys have done this in the past?
So the area that he is doing that, and he did that last night, is Lafitte, Lower Lafitte, Barataria, and Crown Point. It is an area north of Grand Isle, but it is still outside the levee protection system. Right now, they are really taking a beating. I just saw footage of some roofs being ripped off. But last night, in a proactive stance, we have a very strong first responder community here. Last night, as a proactive stance, he sent out dozens of officers knocking door to door in the Lafitte area. Just, some of those people, even though we had a mandatory evacuation order, they did not leave. So collecting names, phone numbers, addresses of where they are, where they're going to hunker down, and the number of people in their home. So this is just going to give them a leg up on the search and rescue. They're going to know exactly where to go, knock on those doors and try to rescue people. So we really applaud his efforts because our concern, again, was so very critical for the Grand Isle and the residents of Lafitte.
So not only in Lafitte, but up into Metairie, I've heard that there are some reports that the power is out there already. Can you give us any update on that?
So we are experiencing very widespread power outages. I'm at the Emergency Operations Center. I think we're on generator power. It keeps going off here. When we started this interview with you, I had 81,000 outages in Jefferson Parish. And right now, just in this few minutes, it's 101,000 outages in Jefferson Parish. So every time we check, and we have Entergy as our electricity utility here, they're embedded with us. Every minute we're seeing widespread power outages. So fortunately, we have generator power. Our hospital's on generator power. We proactively put our water department on generator power so we wouldn't lose pressure if we lost power. So this is what we're expecting, and it's happening very quickly. Right now, where I am in Gretna, conditions are not that bad right now, but we know in the next couple hours we're in for a very rough ride.
Let's talk about the hospitals. I know there's a lot of hospitals at capacity because of COVID patients. What is your biggest concern when it comes to this? Hospitals, of course, have generators and whatnot. Are you worried about flooding? Are you worried about an influx of patients? What's your overall thoughts on that?
We're very concerned. Our community is just so vulnerable. We've been going through this fourth COVID since the middle of July. Our hospitals were at capacity. We were in a crisis situation before Hurricane Ida, to be truthful. The message I can send to our citizens, because, we're in for a long time. This storm is going to be long. People are going to get, cabin fever. We need to give the roads to our first responders. The last thing we need is extra accidents, extra injuries that don't need to happen, and put even more stress on our hospital system. So there's going to be injuries within the storm that our first responders need to respond to, and we need to give them the roads and the access to do that. The last thing we need is just additional injuries, car accidents, things like that people just want to go sightsee. People are tired of being in their home. They want to go out. We're going to have down power lines, down trees, blocking roadways. So I'm stressing to our citizens, if you love our first responders, we have really strong backing for our police and our firefighters here in our community. We got to do our part. We all have to work together. We got to put our best foot forward on very, very difficult circumstances. Let's not have any extra post-storm injuries. In Louisiana, the post-storm injuries are just as dangerous as the storms with the injuries within the storm. We have had people die from improper use of generators. We have had people die from flooding in the streets because they're going out too soon, from trees falling on homes. So we have to minimize the damage on this. We have to be smart. And that is the message to our citizens, is to stay in, let our first responders do their job, and let them assess and rescue, and no more than that.
All right, Cynthia Lee Shang, the Jefferson Parish president, we certainly appreciate you taking time to talk to us. We understand how busy you are today, and we'll check back with you as the storm progresses. We now want to go to the east of there and into Mississippi coastline, where Tevin Wooten has been through the morning hours. And Tevin, talk about the progression through the morning, the water coming up, where we saw 5 feet versus 7 feet, and what you expect as we go through the rest of the storm for the people of Mississippi.
Well, Steph, in terms of that water rise, it's Bay Waveland Yacht Club that saw water rise of about 5.7 feet. The problem is that was that easterly flow earlier this morning. We're still in that easterly flow. Eventually, that will be southerly flow, so the water continues to rise. We really need Ida to release its grip, but Ida not releasing its grip just yet. This is how strong the winds are right now, 41 miles an hour, as Ida's eye sits about 100 miles to the west. We're still in the thick of things here in Gulfport, Mississippi.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals. Now introducing Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Asking what would Pop-Tarts do is how you get from toast and jam to that's my jam. From Sunday to Sunday. So, what would Pop-Tarts do here? Yeah, that feels right. Crazy good.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn.
If you've been taking COPD sitting down, it's time to make a stand. Start a new day with Trelegy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trelegy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Take a stand and start a new day with Trelegy. Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy and save at Trelegy.com.
In the race to succeed, does somebody always have to fail? Let's give everybody a fair shot, because when that happens, we've all made it.
Return to rugged, the all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Busted? Original Gorilla Glue, of course. Works indoor, works outdoor. It's weatherproof, it's waterproof. It's versatile and incredibly strong for the toughest jobs on planet Earth.
People were afraid I was contagious. I felt gross.
It was kind of a shock after I started Cosentyx. 4 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Learn more at Cosentyx.com.
Riders, the lone wolves of the Great Highway. All they need is a bike and a full tank of gas. Their only friend, the open road.
I have friends.
Well, he may have friends, but he rides alone.
That's Jeremy right there. We're literally riding together.
He gets touchy when you talk about his lack of friends.
Can you help me out here?
No matter why you ride, Progressive has you covered with protection starting at $79 a year.
Well, we need friends, to be fair. And still.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
You gotta stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this. We're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. The flooding is catastrophic. We're in bad, dire shape. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this thing blowing, things are coming apart all around us.
Welcome back to the Weather Channel. Our coverage of Ida, powerful Category 4 hurricane, still moving on shore here in Louisiana. Made its landfall about just over an hour, 2 hours ago in Port Fourchon. But the winds are still coming onshore. So is the rain. So is the storm surge all across the Gulf Coast. We have live team coverage all day, all night long here in the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Paul Garlow, live on Canal Street here in New Orleans. And we're about to be done with our shift. We're going to hand it off to Jim Cantore. Good to see you, Jim.
You too, man.
We have a lot more weather to get through, not to mention heavy rain. You're going to take our viewers here and try to get them through the next several hours, because we're just now getting the strongest winds.
We have not gotten into the worst of this yet. You're absolutely right, Paul. I mean, if you go down toward Galliano and La Rose, those areas are about to get into this outer eye wall, and all that's coming our way. But also on the radar, there's some very heavy rain that is about to come our way. So this will be the true test for the pumps. It's kind of interesting, as we note, we actually see some of those bucket trucks here in New Orleans. So what that says to me is there is a little confidence that this city won't flood, given the rainfall, if they're going to leave those bucket trucks here. So we'll see. And that's what we're going to watch. And obviously, a heck of a lot more wind coming here, buddy.
Yeah, over 100. To get those trucks up, we got to get the winds down below tropical storm force. That might not happen until tomorrow.
I mean, it's going to come right down through these buildings. And I mean, there'll be some areas that gust higher, by 2 times just because of the way that it's funneling through those buildings. So that's what we're going to have to watch out for. There's a lot of windows, there's a lot of pieces of debris certainly flying around. So guys, we will absolutely do our best to bring you coverage as long as cell towers emit. Paul, you take it away, end it away. I'll see you later, buddy. Go into Carl Park.
All right, Jim, thank you so much. And let's take a look at the latest on the storm now. We just got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center, and the wind is down just slightly, down to 145 miles per hour. Still a very dangerous Category 4 hurricane, now moving a little bit more slowly towards the northwest at 12 miles per hour. I want you to notice here on the infrared satellite imagery how the structure of the storm is still incredibly impressive. Oftentimes when you see a storm make landfall, if there's a well-developed eye, you see that eye begin to fill in. That has absolutely not happened in this case. And it made landfall officially at about noon at Central Time. But when we say landfall, you have to put air quotes there with that, because this is where it came in near Port Fourchon. Notice all the wet areas here. These are all intertidal areas. And so functionally, practically, it is still basically over water. And so that's why you've still got this incredibly well-developed eye there that is about ready to come into Homa. It's coming into Galliano right now. Another few minutes, going to be moving into Homa, so exceptionally strong wind is headed your way. There's an extreme wind warning, and that is in effect for Lafourche and St. Charles and Terrebonne parishes, and within that area, 115 mile per hour wind can be expected with that inner eye wall and with that secondary eye wall as well. That up to La Place there, just outside of New Orleans, perhaps getting up towards Morgan City as well. We got a report of winds gusting to 97 in Grand Isle, and that was at 1:30. That's the last that we got from that. 98, the most recent report from Galliano here. Again, that eye wall is coming right into Galliano right now. Secondary eye wall coming into Homa, and the secondary eye wall here and these bands that are just outside of that will continue to move up to New Orleans here over the next several hours. We want to go now to John Bell Edwards, Louisiana governor. He's giving a press conference. Let's listen in.
You might be tuning in from, but I can also tell you that we are just getting started. So please listen carefully. Conditions are changing very rapidly, and obviously we have a very dangerous situation on our hands with Hurricane Ida, and we can expect devastating impacts to continue for most of the next 24 hours or so as the hurricane passes through the state. As most of you are probably aware by now, a couple of hours ago, Hurricane Ida made landfall officially at Port Fourchon as a Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. As predicted by the National Weather Service, this is one of the strongest storms to make landfall here in modern times. And as had been projected, Ida rapidly intensified at an unprecedented rate right up until landfall. And the fact of the matter is, an extremely strong Category 4 storm or a Category 5 storm doesn't really make much difference. I think there's, 5 or 6, 7 miles per hour difference between the winds that were measured on Hurricane Ida and a Category 5 storm. By now, if you're in Ida's path and you've not already begun to feel severe weather, we can just about absolutely assure you that you soon will. If you're sheltering in place, please make sure that you're in the most secure place possible in your home, some interior space, and then please make it your business to stay there until the danger passes. And because of the possibility that severe winds will damage your home, it is a good idea to have a mattress nearby that you can use to put over yourself and other family members to protect you from any falling debris. We urge you not to be tempted to go outside, to take a look and start sightseeing, and for goodness sake, don't drive around right now. It just isn't worth it. The same really goes by for the immediate aftermath of the storm after it's passed by. because there will be down power lines, there's going to be standing water, there's going to be debris, other dangers, and quite frankly, we can't tell you yet how soon it will be before first responders are going to be able to respond to calls for assistance. So please don't go out. And the extent to which individuals decide to get out and about will inhibit the flow of first responders and search and rescue assets, high water vehicles, and so forth. So please be patient. Once the storm has passed, you need to be prepared to shelter in place for the first 72 hours. We have every possible resource ready to go to help you. We'll get there sooner than 72 hours, if at all possible, in order to rescue people across the state of Louisiana. But this is the window of time that it may take in order to get first responders to you, depending upon conditions. You should know that the entirety of the Louisiana National Guard has been activated, and currently more than 4,900 guardsmen are out in support of current operations. Just on the search and rescue assets of the National Guard, they're staged across 14 parishes. They have 195 high water vehicles, 73 boats, and 34 helicopters ready to support and assist the citizens of Louisiana. There remain 169 wildlife and fishery agents with trucks and boats in the same number in order to do search and rescue. And the most robust search and rescue effort that we have consists of more than 900 individuals making up 21 teams that are represented by 16 different states. And the numbers that I just gave you include the Louisiana State Fire Marshal's Office and their boats. The Department of Transportation has assembled 164 coaches and 20 paratransit vehicles. 185 coaches will be available by tomorrow morning. The Department of Corrections, our prisons, have produced more than 34,000 sandbags for communities across South Louisiana. They've also completed the evacuation of 2,500 inmates from 7 local jails, those being Acadia, Orleans, Plaquemines, St. Mary, St. Bernard, Vermilion, and Terrebonne parishes. The CPRA continues to monitor gates across the coastal zone. As of a little earlier today, a total of 459 gates out of 692 are closed. That's up 246 since the briefing yesterday. All of our hurricane protection systems have been have been completely closed, and all structures are fully operational at this time. As late as this morning, additional protection measures were being undertaken by levee districts, such as the South Lapouche Levee District. They actually completed sheet pile and sandbagging operations to address low areas ahead of the storm. Based on the hurricane track and the wind, rain, and surge forecast for the remainder of the hurricane, the CPRA is anticipating some overtopping of the southeast portions of the LaRose to Golden Meadow levee system, non-federal back levees around Middle Grove and Alliance in Plaquemines Parish, and non-federal levees in Lower St. Bernard Parish as well. And obviously overtopping is concerning, but I want to make sure that everybody understands overtopping and levee failure are not the same thing. And a levee failure can be much more catastrophic, and so they are not the same thing. Obviously, we're going to continue to monitor this flood protection system. I can tell you right now, we do not anticipate any overtopping of the Mississippi River levees or overtopping of the levees in the hurricane risk reduction system around the greater New Orleans area. Clearly, you've seen the reports, and up until a short while ago, I was able to look at live video feeds. There are very significant storm surge impacts around Port Fourchon and Grand Isle, as well as in Plaquemines Parish near Point Lahash and Braithwaite. CPRA has pre-staged pumps throughout southeast Louisiana and will deploy flood fighting assets to coastal parishes in need of dewatering as soon as it is safe to do so. This is obviously a very fluid situation. It is rapidly changing, and that's why everyone needs to stay abreast by listening to news and following the guidance from your local officials. Really, nobody in southeast Louisiana should be out on the roads. But if travel becomes absolutely necessary after the storm, please proceed with extreme caution. There will be hazards out there that you may experience before any law enforcement or DOTD personnel or anybody else may be able to get to first and warn you about it. This is especially true of debris, downed power lines, and standing water. Please check 511la.org for road closures, and please don't drive through standing water. That's how we lose an awful lot of people after storms. Many parishes are announcing curfews as we speak, so all Louisianans should follow the directives of their local leaders, which are obviously designed to keep us all safe. And the conditions vary by parish, and they have different considerations in mind. And so please honor these curfews and avoid needless risk to your own safety and that of your family. And please, again, keep streets clear for emergency responders. If you have evacuated, don't be tempted tomorrow to return before you know that it is okay for you to do so. Please contact your Office of Emergency Preparedness or monitor any announcements that they have as to whether it is the right time for you to return. The last count that I had shortly before coming over here is we have 1,542 individuals being sheltered across the state. That is in at least 23 different shelters. The vast majority of those are being operated by parishes. Obviously, we expect this number to increase throughout the day and potentially in the days to come as people discover that their homes are no longer habitable. For the latest shelter information, text LA Shelter to 898-211, or you can call 211. Heed the guidance of local officials. Local officials will have the most up-to-date shelter information for a specific area or parish. As we have mentioned several times before, if you lose electricity and you decide to use a generator, it is imperative that you follow the instructions from the manufacturer. Please make sure that generator is well away from your home in a well-ventilated area. It should not be inside, shouldn't be in a garage or a crawl space, under a window or a vent. And on occasion, you'll need to refuel the generator. Please make sure that you allow it to cool off for at least 20 minutes before doing so. In closing, and before I take some questions, there is no doubt that the coming days and weeks are going to be extremely difficult for our state. And many, many people are going to be tested in ways that we can only imagine today. But I can also tell you that as a state, we've never been more prepared. Again, all the models that we've seen from the Army Corps of Engineers and from our own CPRA show that the Hurricane Storm Damage Risk Reduction System will hold and perform as intended. Will it be tested? Yes. But it was built for this moment. I have a tremendous amount of confidence in the team that we've assembled at the state level, all the local officials and first responders and our federal partners. And by the way, I want to thank FEMA Regional Administrator Tony Robinson from coming out of Texas to embed with us here. And I can tell you that a short while ago I had a call with Administrator Criswell of FEMA in Washington, and she is very closely watching what's happening here, coordinating with us, and already has various things en route so that we can employ them just as soon as possible, things like generators and so forth. And so I have a tremendous amount of confidence in our team, all the state and local officials and our federal partners, but I want you to know I also have confidence in the people of Louisiana. They always continue to inspire me with their goodness and their decency and their generosity, and I know that they're going to do everything they can to protect themselves and their families and their neighbors, especially those who may have special needs. Maybe they're elderly, so forth. Please make sure that you check on them and stay safe. And I know it may not seem this way right now for many people out there across our state, but there is always light after darkness, and I can assure you we're going to get through this. And I do invite everyone to offer up a prayer for our state, for the people of our state, that we get through this just as soon as possible and in the best possible shape with the least loss of life. You know, property is replaceable. Lives are not. So that is obviously our first order of priority. So I'm going to stop there and take a few questions, and please feel free to direct your questions to any of the people that we have assembled here. And depending on what you ask me, I may ask them to come up and answer the question anyway.
All right, guys, listening to a news conference from Governor John Bel Edwards talking about his state, talking about the preparations, the fact that he spoke with the FEMA administrator. She's obviously monitoring things back from Washington to aid in him. 21 search and rescue teams out. This is not to be the time to roll outside and kind of check things out. More and more power will be lost, in addition to the 255,000 customers at this point that Energy is reporting have lost power in the state of Louisiana. That number's probably gone up since my last check, but we have not gotten the worst of it here in New Orleans. Okay, that is all coming our way, even with a storm that's starting to decouple a little bit and starting to wind down. If you're in Baton Rouge, all right, if you're anywhere on the I-10 corridor west of New Orleans, you have not gotten the worst of this yet. That is all coming to the north and west right now. So don't be fooled. So far, guys, you know, the rain that we've had here is going down the drains. We like that, which means the pumps are working. The 96 out of the 99 pumps are working in through here. So that's going to be a long haul. That's going to be something that we're going to have to watch, obviously, as we work our way through the next 24 hours, because the rain forecast is for 10 to 12 inches of rain to fall in this area. So winds are going to get stronger and the rain is going to get heavier. That's the forecast here in New Orleans. New Orleans Parish, about 70,000 customers without power. But here, as far as the eye can see, up canal and down canal, we have power at this point. It's in the best interests. It's in the best interest, obviously, of the city here to protect this area. All the cables, especially in the French Quarter, underground. So that is good news. And of course, since Katrina, all those substations are way above any kind of floodplain near where they are. So a lot of improvements here in New Orleans. All right, guys, again, surge, a big deal, especially as you get out toward Lake Bourne, which has a 26-foot wall to protect the Mississippi, and also Mississippi, that's a big deal, Waveland all the way into Gulfport and Biloxi, and obviously the Florida Panhandle. Let's go to Tevin Wooten, who's in Gulfport. Hey, Tevin.
Yeah, Jim, good afternoon to you. We're here in Gulfport, Mississippi. I want to get the folks of Mississippi an update on a tornado warning right now. This is just north of Diamond Head, Mississippi. So you're talking about areas near Hancock, Harrison, and the Pearl River area. This is a tornado warning until 2:45 Central Time. So we got another about 30 minutes or so until that tornado warning expires. But even after that tornado warning does expire, be on the lookout for more tornado warned storms and brief spin-outs to come along. And part of the reason why we see that is that indentation in the radar. If we could pull that up right now, you can sort of tell how the winds start to want to turn a little bit in direction. These are brief spin-ups with these storms, or these cells that move in onshore from the south, and they work their way towards the north and west, embedded in the outer bands of Hurricane Ida. So again, a tornado warning for the next half an hour for Harrison and areas near the Pearl River, and also portions of Hancock as well. This is right along I-59 and just north of I-10. Tornado warned storms. We actually have a TORCON for today of A3 for areas in and around southern portions of Mississippi, also for portions of Louisiana as well. And that can happen too when you do get the land interaction and the friction in the northeastern quadrant of tropical storms and hurricanes like such. Also coming along too with such that strong forward motion. That's why we see the dirty side of this storm, or at least the strongest side of Ida, continue to be on the eastern hand side. Here along portions of the Mississippi Gulf Coast, what does that mean? That means heavy rainfall. That means strong gusty winds like we have right now, with winds near 40 miles an hour, and storm surge. Storm surge continues to be a threat for the folks along portions of the Gulf Coast and right along Beach Boulevard here in southern Mississippi. We have a storm surge warning as we go throughout the course of today, likely carrying into tomorrow. The next high tide, folks, right around 4 p.m. this afternoon. So we'll watch that water rise start to come back up and inundate portions of U.S. Highway 90, which is closed right now. Let's get inside to storm specialist Carl Parker with more on Ida. Carl.
Well, Tevin, the storm made a second landfall near Galliano, but these landfalls are, practically speaking, still over open water because you've got so much intertidal area here, and you can really see that when you look at the satellite presentation. Look at that eye. I mean, we've seen no degradation in the shape of that eye there. Still an incredibly powerful storm, 145 mile per hour Category 4 storm, and sitting over these, again, areas that are very wet, these marshy areas in southern Louisiana. Extreme wind warning in effect for Lafourche and St. Charles and Terrebonne parishes. That's going until 4:30. And so that inner eye wall and then the secondary eye wall are where we're seeing winds gusting over 100 miles per hour at times. In fact, when we go down to Grand Isle here, we had, and look at that, the gauge actually now working, it appears. It was winds gusting to 70 miles per hour, more recently gusting to 97 miles per hour there. And Galliano now gusting to 86 miles per hour. And right now you're seeing the eye wall coming into Galliano, and so that is where the strongest winds are now moving in to that area right now. Let's go over to listen to President Biden talking about the effects of the storm.
Coordination Center, where we have 22 federal interagency partners that have been gathered here since earlier in the week to support the planning efforts and preparedness efforts for Louisiana and Mississippi, as well as any other states that might be impacted by Hurricane Ida. As you know, it did make landfall as a very strong Category 4 hurricane here just a few hours ago, and we are expecting catastrophic impacts from this. I have spoken to both the mayor of New Orleans as well as the governor of Louisiana just a few hours ago, and we have teams embedded with them so we can respond quickly as soon as we know what the impacts are. We should start to see some of those impacts tonight, but we won't have the real picture until tomorrow, and then we can start moving additional resources in. With that, I'll give it to the President.
Thank you. Well, folks, you've got your hands full, but you've done an incredible job so far in prep for this. Jill and I are just getting back from Dover Air Force Base up in my home state, where we met with the families of 13 fallen heroes in Afghanistan who lost their lives in the service of our country. And while we're praying for the best in Louisiana, let's keep them in our prayers as well. I've just been briefed by the FEMA leadership, and we have real leadership, on Hurricane Ida and the preparations for rescue and response. And the storm has made, as you know better than anyone, but I'm speaking to the public at large here, the storm made landfall a few hours ago, and it continues to rage and ravage everything it comes in contact with. And the storm is a life-threatening storm. Governor Edwards, an old friend, has characterized it as one of the strongest hurricanes, the strongest in Louisiana history since 1850. And its devastation is likely to be immense. We shouldn't kid ourselves. And so the most important thing I can say right now is that everyone should listen to the instructions from local and state officials, just how dangerous this is, and take it seriously. It's not just the coast. It's not just New Orleans. It's north as well. The rainfall is expected to be exceedingly high. And to the people of the Gulf Coast, I want you to know that we're praying for the best and planning prepared for the worst. As soon as the storm passes, we're going to put the country's full might behind the rescue and recovery, and I mean that. I've been around for a lot of hurricanes. I'm no expert, but I've been around for a lot of hurricanes, and I don't think we've ever had as much preparation, long-term preparation with the levee system and preparation here. Thanks to the administrators' leadership and the hard work of the FEMA team, all of whom were gathered behind, many of whom were gathered behind me, we've already pre-positioned resources that we know are going to be needed, and equipment and response teams in the region. This includes 2.5 million meals, 3 million liters of water. We've got generators in place, and we're in close touch with the power providers to get and restore power as soon as possible, because a lot of it's going to go out, and we should be prepared that it can take a long time, no matter how much we've pre-positioned, which we have, that it's going to take a long time for a lot of it to get back up. It could take a matter of weeks for some places. We've got 13 urban search and rescue teams. For those of you who aren't familiar with that, these teams make up about 70 people and experts, each of these teams, and they can do real serious recovery work. More than 100 ambulances and emergency medical teams have been activated, and we're working with the Red Cross and local partners to open dozens and dozens of shelters with cots and blankets and meals to support those we need to evacuate. That'll happen mostly northern part of the state and maybe in parts of Mississippi. And I've already signed an emergency declaration for both Louisiana as well as Mississippi. And I want to make sure that we're ready to surge all the response capability that we have to deal with whatever comes next. And a lot's going to be coming. I've been in touch with the governors of Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. And my team at the White House has been in touch with other state, local, and federal officials in the region. And they know there'll be the full resources and support of the federal government. So I want to emphasize again, this is going to be a devastating hurricane, a life-threatening storm. So please, all you folks in Mississippi and in Louisiana, Mississippi, and God knows, maybe even further east, take precautions. Listen, take it seriously, really, very seriously. And, the whole of government effort is ready to get to work. I can't think of any time where the federal, state, and local folks have worked together more closely and in advance of an obvious, significant natural disaster. And folks, we're going to be here. We're going to be here to help the Gulf region get back on its feet as quickly as possible, as long as it takes. As long as it takes. So thank you, and may God protect those in the path of the storm, and God willing, we'll get through this sooner than later. But don't kid yourself. This is going to take a lot of resources, a little bit of luck, and as my grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors. And by the way, look out for your neighbors. If you're in the region, look out for your neighbors. So thank you very much, and thank you, Commissioner. I really think it all works. I'm not supposed to take any questions, but go ahead.
Mr. President, on Afghanistan.
I'm not going to answer Afghanistan now.
Can you see if there's still an acute
Okay.
risk?
And that was a press briefing with President Joe Biden giving us an update on the current situation in the White House. He's in concert. He's in sync with FEMA as well, also getting briefings too. He did say that emergency declarations have been declared in the state of Louisiana and in Mississippi. He urged residents to, even on the eastern hand side of the storm, in Alabama and perhaps Tennessee and Georgia, to also proceed with caution in the days to come as Ida continues to move on through. I'm meteorologist Tevin Wooten. We are in Gulfport, Mississippi, where things continue to be windy here. Sort of on the drier side of times right now, but the winds have not let down or backed off by any stretch of the imagination. Sustained winds right around 30 to 35 miles an hour, but gusts do pick up between 40 and 50 miles an hour as the afternoon progresses here. Unfortunately, though, we are not done with this. I think folks need to realize that even though we are not getting an eye nor an eye wall of this storm, it is so wide in scope, it is so wide in its breadth and its reach and its touch into portions of southern Mississippi, where we had a tornado-warned storm just about 10 to 15 or so minutes ago. That was north of Diamond Head. That starts to approach the I-59 area here in just a little bit. So for folks in Hancock and Harrison and also near the Pearl River, you need to take shelter. You want to keep in mind that, yes, there's that threat of flooding, but more so you want to run from the water, hide from the wind. To take shelter from these storms that we see right now. Even outside of that, in places like Pascagoula, in Pensacola, in Destin, in Fort Walton Beach, those far-reaching outer bands continue to lash the northern Gulf Coast and portions of northwestern Florida and the Panhandle. So today, if you had beach plans, I'm sorry, it's not happening right now because the winds are so gusty and they are so strong. Behind me is the Mississippi Sound. Speaking of strong, you want to talk about a lot of water where water should not be or not typically is. That's the Mississippi Sound. And notice how everything is moving from the left towards the right. That's all due to that easterly flow. And I know you hear the fire alarm. We are A-OK. We do have shelter right now. I think things are just, some wires have been tripped here or there here at our shelter. But anyway, here's the movement of the left towards the right. That's the easterly flow from all the winds from Ida that are feeding into the core of this storm. That's about 100 miles to the west. So that's how much influence from the wind that we get. But as the waves are coming in, they're curling over, and they're really starting to erode at the beach here in Gulfport, Mississippi. So all this stretch of beach remains to be closed. It's been closed since this morning. It'll likely stay closed well into tomorrow, Carl, because now we're starting to get in on the southerly flow as we get into the overnight hours. So we'll have to watch for that rise of water continuing to be the case here in Gulfport, Mississippi. Carl and Dio.
Yeah, that storm really slowing down, and that's going to make everything last that much longer. Tevin, thank you. And let's take a look at the satellite picture. The storm made a second landfall near Galliano in southern Louisiana. So 2 landfalls now within the last few hours. The first one at Port Fourchon, second one right about there. But the thing I really want you to notice is the structure of that eye that has actually improved in the last hour or so. So this storm is still an incredibly powerful and well-formed storm. And when you think about the nature of the terrain here in Louisiana, those areas south of that yellow line, that's intertidal area. So it's open water for the most part. And there you see the storm has been passing right over those areas. So it's still drawing energy from warm waters. And that's a big part of why it has not lost very much. Still now a Category 4 with 145 mile per hour winds. Here's an extreme wind warning in effect. This means winds of 115 miles per hour are possible with the inner eye wall there and with this secondary eye wall as well. That is probably going to pass to the southwest of New Orleans. It's going to come up towards Houma here in short order. Winds now still gusting to 70 miles per hour in Grand Isle, 86 in Galliano, where that inner eye wall has been moving in. And now that secondary eye wall coming up towards Houma, Thibodaux, Des-Allemands, and also Jean Lafitte. Those areas about to get in on some very strong wind. And as this banding comes up towards New Orleans, certainly we're going to be looking at strong wind there as well. As a matter of fact, this is an analysis of the strongest wind there. So that is the core of the wind, that inner and secondary eye wall. But the hurricane force winds all the way over towards Lafitte here, and that is absolutely going to graze parts of the New Orleans metro area. So that's what we're going to be in for over the next several hours as the storm passes off to the southwest. And then here in pink, you see the tropical storm force winds, a much larger area of tropical storm force winds, and those now are certainly extending up towards that I-10 corridor. Slidell gusting to 39, Gulfport gusting to 40 miles per hour, and New Orleans now gusting to 67. They've had a 76 mile per hour wind gust, and we just expect to see a lot more of that going forward. So here's the model forecast showing you that most dangerous part of the storm there coming past New Orleans, slowly coming up towards Baton Rouge and then up 55, and that slow motion is going to contribute to a huge rainfall and flooding threat. Here you see the model output from Europe model and then also from the American model here. So we're talking about an enormous threat for flooding, Molly, and that will be inside those floodgates there in New Orleans. So the pumps are going to be working overtime with all that rain coming down.
Certainly are, and we're watching these impacts that will eventually extend well inland. So we're not talking about just coastal areas, not just Louisiana. The impacts from this are going to be far-reaching. We're just at the beginning today. So as we get into the later half of this evening, this will still be over Louisiana. You just heard Carl mention this is slowing down. It's going to continue to slow down, and it's going to spend the better part of Monday over Mississippi and then extend over to areas like Tennessee and then eventually into the Northeast, which recently saw impacts from Henri as well as Fred. So the flooding concern becomes larger for Mississippi as we get into Monday, Tuesday, even into Wednesday. We could see 3 to 5 inches of rain, and we could see rain continuing up into areas of Tennessee like Waverly. Certainly do not need any more rain. So the impacts extending well inland. We're also still monitoring the tornado threat. Torcon of 3 today into tonight. We've seen a couple of tornado warnings already, and it's likely that we will see more as Ida continues to move inland.
Milk with your cereal with Fairlife. It's more like cereal with your ultra-filtered milk with a creamy taste plus 50% more protein, 50% less sugar. Turn nutrition into nutrition. Fairlife ultra-filtered milk.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Pizza Hut's Detroit-style pizza is back. Same crispy crust, cheese all the way to the edge, and the sauce still on top. Okay, now I'm hungry. The Detroit-style pizza. Create your own or pick from 3 signature recipes. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
In the race to succeed, does somebody always have to fail? Let's give everybody a fair shot, because when that happens, we've all made it.
Your mission: stand up to moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis and take it on with Rinvoq. Rinvoq, a once-daily pill, can dramatically improve symptoms. Rinvoq helps tame pain, stiffness, swelling, and for some, Rinvoq can even significantly reduce RA fatigue. That's Rinvoq relief. With RA, your overactive immune system attacks your joints. Rinvoq regulates it to help stop the attack.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including tuberculosis. Serious infections and blood clots, sometimes fatal, have occurred, as have certain cancers, including lymphoma, and tears in the stomach or intestines, and changes in lab results. Your doctor should monitor your blood work. Tell your doctor about any infections, and if you are or may become pregnant while taking Rinvoq.
Take on RA. Talk to your rheumatologist about Rinvoq relief. Rinvoq. Make it your mission.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Whatever gives you life, there's a Life Cuisine meal for you. Like the Life Cuisine Meat Lovers Pizza Bowl, packed with cauliflower and 20 grams of protein. So you can thrive your way. Feed your best life. Life Cuisine. Psst, psst.
Allergies don't have to be scary. Spraying Flonase daily stops your body from overreacting to allergens all season long. Psst, psst, all good.
Okay, got everything ready. Got the rental, got it dropped off, going to the championship with your tiny champion. Going. Got it.
Here's my new dress. What's that? Oh, Damprid.
Damprid? Yeah, Damprid. Gets rid of musty odors.
How? Damprid attracts and traps excess moisture,
eliminating the source of musty odors.
Mustiness, gone.
Damprid.
So then I said to him, you gotta customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual, so you only pay for what you need. Hot dog or chicken? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome the rainbow. Taste the rainbow.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
While the floodgates are closed, the power outages have started, and the real concern is in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, as Hurricane Ida continues to move slowly inland. Joining us now, Jefferson Parish Sheriff Joseph Lopinto. And Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're very busy right now. We heard that you personally went door to door in Lafitte for people that have decided to ride out this storm just to get their information, where people are staying. What made you to decide to do that?
Lafitte's one of our outside the levee protection district areas. That community is, very close to home for all of us. Good fishing community where a lot of people will stay. I mean, most of the houses are raised up on stilts, and even though that flood water will come in at periods of time, that flood water also goes out, and they survive those storms and they stay for a lot of them. And we knew the storm was a little bit different. The wind speeds are obviously a little closer to home. Worried more about that than even the water surge that could come in on them. And so, our job is to kind of manage those risks, right? In this case, we knew the roadway, the mayor made the call to block off the roadway with sandbags and was going to make that call today. So last night, I really wanted to get a good count of who was down there, to be able to have cell phone numbers, be able to contact them, make sure that not only that they're accounted for after the storm, but that we're not looking for people that we know ended up evacuating. So we had a little bit of time, so made sure that I had the extra personnel to be able to go out there and work, knock on the doors, see who was staying, who evacuated, and then gave them numbers to call if they changed their mind first thing this morning. If they left, which we had several of them do, they called our operations center and said, okay, we changed our mind and we're out the door. And that way, after this storm is over with, we know who we're looking for down there, where they were. We're not taking the guesswork of saying, well, we heard 5 people at this house. We know we knocked on their door and 2 people were supposed to stay at that house. And now we're just going to be trying to account for them.
Have you heard from any of the people that stayed behind? I know you mentioned a few left this morning. Have you heard any of the people since? Have they called you? Have they asked for rescue? What's going on the ground there?
So in Lafitte, we had a east wind earlier, which pushed some of the water out, which is actually a good thing. The storm surge, I wouldn't say, had actually reached them yet. Probably a little bit too early for that. It's going to be next, I guess, hour or so. Grand Isle, which is our southernmost border, is obviously taking the brunt of the storm right now in the past hour or so. There have been some different calls for rescue in Grand Isle, but obviously too dangerous to be able to make that happen right now. Grand Isle Police Department is on scene in one of our shelters at that location, and we're going to monitor our calls. I'm monitoring both the calls on our East Bank and West Bank of Jefferson Parish right now, and it doesn't seem horrible, right? I mean, we've got several hundred calls for service still pending. Many of them are non-emergency calls, whether it's alarms going off, that type of stuff. So we don't have a lot of calls for rescue, but we're expecting the bigger part of the storm to hit our more populated areas, a little bit later this afternoon, within a couple hours. So I'm sure it'll pick up a little bit from then.
Well, thank you so much, Jefferson Parish Sheriff Joseph Lopento, for joining us this afternoon. And thank you for taking some time out of your very busy day while we're all dealing with Hurricane Ida. We do want to go to New Orleans right now, where we have Paul Goodlow, who is still out there battling the wind. And it seems like, Paul, that things have really started to get a lot more intense in the short term here in New Orleans.
They have. We're also seeing some damage here on Decatur and Toulouse Street. And just behind me, this is part of a roof. And we're trying to figure out which building. Some people are telling us it came from the building kind of off to my left, the Jack's Brewery here. But that's the thing. The wind is really kind of coming in all different directions when you're on the ground. But the prevailing wind is still from the east and northeast, which should mean that this building here is where it probably came from and eventually landed on the street light here. And that's the thing. The winds continue to gust and stay sustained in that tropical storm force. So this is just some of the damage we've already witnessed. In fact, if we can, because it's very difficult to shoot into when the wind is coming. If we go this way, you can even see some tree downs and planters and other pieces of debris in the street as the wind is blowing right down the street along with the rain as well. So that's why we're glad a lot of people are hunkered down or even have left the city, because the winds will only increase. The only bright spot now is the sun is still up, so you can kind of see where buildings have been compromised or debris is around, but that's the concern. Imagine if you're walking by here or even sightseeing and this huge piece of roof, the wind's blowing this way, but most likely came from that direction here. People driving around, unless you're a first responder, or we have seen a lot of local news crews out here, you don't need to be out here. It is too dangerous. We have our head on a swivel is an understatement in terms of how we are trying to be as careful as we can, but we're trying to minimize our risk. We've been through this before, but it is still extremely dangerous, and we still have a lot more of the strongest winds with Ida to get through in a very highly populated area. Later tonight, as night falls, we're still watching this here in New Orleans, as well as Baton Rouge. So stay with the Weather Channel. We'll keep you covered throughout the duration of Ida.
Before treating your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, you're not the only one with questions about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start, with about 10 minutes of treatment once every 3 months. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you, and if a sample is available.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. Plus, right now, you may pay $0 for Botox. Ask your doctor about Botox today.
There's an America we build and one we explore. One that's been paved and one that's forever wild. But freedom means you don't have to choose just one adventure. You get both. Introducing the all-new 3-row Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Jeep, there's only one.
We've got you taken care of, Sergeant Houston.
Thank you. That was fast.
One call to USAA got her a tow, her claim paid, and even her grandpa's dog tags back. Get a quote.
With Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, my husband's got his moves back.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is the first full prescription strength gel for powerful arthritis pain relief. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drop.
This is awesome!
The legend returns. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day sale is going on now. Get up to 30% off. Plus, get an additional 10% off outdoor furniture. Or get 6 years no interest. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Feels good to be home.
Ashley Home Store's Labor Day mattress sale is going on now. Save up to $1,000 on select Ashley Sleep, Groove, Sealy, and Beauty Rest mattresses. Or get the Doorbuster Sealy Hybrid for $6.99. Ashley Home Store. This is home.
Feels good to be home.
Had enough?
No, arthritis.
Here, new Aspercream arthritis.
Full prescription strength. Reduces inflammation. Thank the gods.
Don't thank them too soon.
Kick pain in the Aspercream.
Allergy sufferers. Bedtime means it's time to take Zysol. Zysol relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. And in a clinical study, after just 1 day, 90% felt powerful 24-hour relief. So, be wise all. Take Zysol at night.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening with more clouds for overnight. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Monday, mixed clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, thunderstorms early. Low 73. Winds west at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida here from Canal Street in New Orleans, and it's all about position, right? I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here. And you can see 1 dumpster, 2 dumpsters, 3 dumpsters, 4 dumpsters moved by this. Some of these are still full, mind you. But also notice some of the bucket trucks that are on the front side of the building, much more protected from the wind out through here. So they're ready to get to it as soon as the situation allows. But unfortunately, we're just getting in now to the outer part of the eye wall, the front eye wall, the outer eye wall. So we're going to have to deal with some of the strongest weather yet to come here in New Orleans. It's also raining a lot harder. And with wind whipping this rain through the buildings, it's accelerating it, and it stings, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it absolutely stings. We've got, at last check, about 630,000 customers without power in the state of Louisiana. You heard the conference from Governor John Bel Edwards just a little while ago, just asking everybody to hunker down and stay home. There's some traffic out here, I won't lie, but it's not certainly what we could see or what we've seen before in storms that are a lot weaker. I think people are pretty much taking this pretty serious. I mean, we heard from the president, we heard from the governor, we heard from the FEMA administrator as well. So they're all locked into this thing and ready to take action when they can. So look at what happens when the wind, we're not quite into it permanently. So when the winds let up, you can actually stand up on it here. But when they start picking up again, they get funneled between these two buildings that I'm at, and it gets a heck of a lot stronger in through here. So we've already had gusts in New Orleans, 62, 68, even unofficial at a Davis weather station, over hurricane force gusts already in the New Orleans area. So power's going to continue to go out as this thing continues to ripple north. I'm amazed at how incredible this looks on satellite and radar. Still looks like it's over the water. I mean, it's amazing. So the worst of the weather starting to come into New Orleans. Now, you saw Paul's report out of the French Quarter. We've had some damage down there, roof damage. Other than that, as I look up canal, down canal, just one of the lights is flashing yellow here, but I can see lights, I can see power all the way down the streets in through here. So that's good news. That's the situation now, though. Come back in 15 minutes, that may be a whole different story with what we got. So guys, dealing with the wind, certainly very, very strong depending on where you are within the city. And right now where we are, it's pretty bad. All right, I'm gonna go back to the Weather Channel, given the fact that I can't hear anything. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, Jim, I'll take it from here. Yeah, Jim, we're in Gulfport, Mississippi. We too are seeing strong winds. Nowhere near what you guys are getting hammered with right now in New Orleans, Louisiana. We do have gusts near 33 miles an hour right now, the strongest gusts I've seen so far, near about 50 miles an hour. Sustained winds, though, still rocking and rolling between 25 and 30 miles an hour. And we're getting another squall coming through right now, so those gusts will likely get kicked up a little bit more than 40 to 45 miles an hour here over the next several minutes. All this flow is from the east and southeast. Eventually the southerly flow takes hold and we'll see a wind direction shift. And speaking of wind direction shift, every now and then it gets a bit eerie as you get a squall coming through and they start to get a little inflow notch or a little kick as some of the winds start to change directions. And then we have to watch for the potential of water spouts here off the Gulf of Mexico and off the Mississippi Sound behind me. Earlier today, we had a couple of tornado warnings. Both of those have since expired. I have not heard any reports of damage in and around Hancock County and also Harrison County and areas near the Pearl River. So along I-59 is where that tornado warning tracked. Just to the north, my goodness, just to the north of Diamond Head, this might be some of the stronger gusts we've seen from Ida so far. And every once in a while, you do get that brief push, that brief kick of wind coming through. So you really have to brace yourself if you are in something like this. I've seen a couple of folks that come out with their cell phones, looking around, trying to document it, and I totally get that. But if you do so, please know you need to exercise the utmost caution, the utmost safety too. If at all possible, do it from inside, do it from maybe a window. And another point that I really want to write home, folks, as we walk around yesterday and this morning, we talked to some folks that were residents of Gulfport, but there are a lot of people who have evacuated from New Orleans and areas near the center or the likely center, what would likely become the center of Ida. They've all come to Gulfport, and I can only imagine what they're thinking right now in terms of seeing some of the stronger impacts here on the eastern hand side of Ida. Strong gusts between 40, 50, maybe even 55 miles an hour. And they go through something like this, Molly, and then all of a sudden, you know, they see what's happening in New Orleans, they see what's happening in Grand Isle, and then they wonder, what does their home look like? What's going to be left of their home or of their community when they go back, Molly? So our hearts go out to all those folks, you know, that are going through this right now, Molly.
Certainly, and we have a long way left to go with Ida. So this is the latest from storm tracker Charles Peak in Morgan City, Louisiana. You can see trees already falling, massive trees already falling, and the worst is still yet to come in Morgan City, Louisiana. We'll be right back.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day.
No matter how you got COPD, it's time to make a stand.
And I'm feeling.
Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trilogy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. It's time to start a new day. Ask your doctor about once daily Trilogy and save at Trilogy.com.
Power outages are unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioning. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When a power outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and owning a generator is easier than ever. Act now, and you can purchase and install a Generac home standby generator for as little as $99 a month with no down payment. You will also receive a free 7-year warranty valued at $695. Hurry, this offer ends September 12th. Call now to request your free quote with one of Generac's 8,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the quote is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Call now so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to request your free quote today.
Pizza Hut's Detroit-style pizza is back. Same crispy crust, cheese all the way to the edge, and the sauce still on top. Okay, now I'm hungry. The Detroit-style pizza. Create your own or pick from 3 signature recipes. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
My dad and I used to call this place the Devil's Drum.
This is awesome.
The legend returns. The all-new ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
You gotta stop it. We can't have 3 more hours of this. We're watching the roof peel off of buildings next door to us. The flooding is catastrophic. We're in bad, dire shape. It's too dangerous. We're in the eye wall, I believe, because this stain blowing. Things are coming apart all around us.
Certainly not surprised to see damage, the kind of damage that we're starting to see, especially in the French Quarter and down into other parts of the parishes in southern Louisiana, given some of these winds that have gusted now, especially down toward Grand Island and Port Fourchon, up in the 150 to 170 mile per hour range. I mean, that's exactly what you're going to get from a high-end Cat 4. I can't believe how incredible this thing still looks on radar. It's almost like it's still over water, which is unbelievable. We've got, obviously, these trash bins 4 of them that have been pushed through this street between these two hotels, pretty tall buildings in through here. So that's going to obviously increase the wind a little bit, and that's what it's about. I mean, where you are makes all the difference in the world in the kind of windfall that we're going to get through here, and obviously the damage too. And this wind in places, especially in the French Quarter between two of the taller buildings, could easily accelerate and push up roofs and obviously cause some damage through here. Guys, traffic lights are still working. I can still see lights all the way up and down Canal Street. That's not the case throughout the state. I just got a message from a friend of mine, 360,000 plus customers without power here in the state of Louisiana. So obviously that number is going to go up. With as big as this thing is and the sprawling wind field only expanding inland, you're going to see more power outages than obviously people coming back online. And one of the things about the French Quarter is after Katrina, they put all that power underground, okay? They put the substations up high. So, you know, they prepared for another big storm like this. So a true test, obviously, of the pumps, of the risk protection system in the multi-billion-dollar range, and obviously, you know, electricity, because getting the French Quarter back up makes all the difference in the world, obviously, in how you fund the city of Louisiana. So it's of obviously economic interest to do that. But for those, of course, watching the water, that just has inundated places like Grand Island and southern Louisiana, where after years and years of hurricanes, we don't have those beautiful, you know, swamp areas to protect us like we used to have. We've lost so many thousands of acres down there, and when you lose that, you lose the ability to crank down this hurricane, which frankly I don't know if it would have anyway, given the fact that it was ramping up overnight. That was incredible just to see that. Either way, Governor John Bel Edwards is on top of it. You heard the president a little while ago. He's on top of it. The FEMA administrator, they're all on top of it, ready to move in. And look at this. We've even got bucket trucks parked here in the downtown area. So that tells me there's a pretty high confidence that they're not really worried about flooding. I'm watching the water come around. I got to get out of this wind tunnel for a second. Come around the street, and it's going down the drains. So it's taking it. It's taking it, all right? And that's a good thing. That's what we want. It's just the heaviest rain that we're going to deal with, and certainly some of the heaviest wind thus far within this storm. Woo! All right, Carl Parker. You see what's happening here, buddy? It's only going to get stronger before it gets better. Let's go back to you. And again, Carl, I'm gonna throw it to you with what I said. It's kind of amazing how good this thing looks from a presentation standpoint. It's like it never left the water.
Yeah. Well, in a sense, it didn't leave the water because it's over those intertidal areas, and that is referred to by researchers as the brown ocean, basically. So what we're looking at now is a 140 mile per hour Category 4 storm. It continues to slow down. That is really, really important, moving northwest at 11 miles per hour, and that means that's going to drag out these impacts for the rest of the night in southeastern Louisiana, even into tomorrow morning. This is what Jim's talking about, and so, you know, this southern part of Louisiana here, most of that is intertidal area. So you've got basically water-covered land through this area, and there's not a lot of actual land there, and that's a big part of why this thing is still incredibly well-formed. Look at the structure of that eye. This is still an unbelievably dangerous storm here. Now, there is an extreme wind warning in effect for Lafourche and St. Charles and Terrebonne parishes. Looking at the inner eye wall right there, the secondary eye wall right there, both of those features very, very dangerous, and some of that strongest wind has been coming through Grand Isle, where winds were extremely strong earlier, now still gusting to 94 in Galliano. And look at some of these reports. Leeville got a report of winds gusting to 153 miles per hour. Duloc gusting to 138 miles per hour. It's been a really intense wind, and that secondary eye wall coming through Houma right now, coming up towards Thibodaux and Des Allemands as well. John Lafitte getting in on some of that stronger wind, and just a little outside of that in New Orleans, but where you've got this weather coming in, we are absolutely going to be looking at hurricane force winds. That is only going to step up over the next several hours. There's a live look at Houma, and you see the winds continuing to just go and go and go here, and easily hurricane force, and it's going to be that way for quite some time to come. We look at the area of strong winds, again, that core of winds associated with the inner and secondary secondary eye walls, but the hurricane force winds extending well out from that, and that is what is going to come up and through New Orleans through this evening. Winds gusting now to 72 at Lakefront Airport in New Orleans, and we expect to see a lot more of that over the next several hours. So here is the forecast for the winds. You notice the winds still gusting over hurricane force in New Orleans, 75 to 90 miles per hour as we go into late afternoon. Later tonight, winds still gusting to near hurricane force in New Orleans. So it's a prolonged period of very strong winds there in New Orleans, and really stepping up in Baton Rouge. The core of the storm is going to come very close to, if not right over Baton Rouge. So you could be in for quite a bit of strong wind and wind damage and power outages tonight. And then, as I mentioned, even into tomorrow morning, we are still looking at strong winds here, 40 to 50 miles per hour into southeastern Louisiana. Just a terrific amount of wind, and it's going to go on for such a long period of time. And with that onshore flow, we've seen significant water level rises, still at 6.4 feet at Shell Beach. And take a look at Laplace. This is on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain. This is before that surge came in, and this is after the surge came in. And so this is the type of thing that we've been looking at over and over again. And it's not just water coming from the Gulf and from the lakes. And there, by the way, is a live look at Laplace. It's also a terrific amount of heavy rain, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on the pumps there in New Orleans over the next several hours here. There you see the flash flood threat going through tomorrow morning, and it's very likely there from New Orleans and on northward. This is the total amount of rain that we're talking about, and looking at 8 to 9 inches of rain there in New Orleans and surrounding areas on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, but it could be a lot more than that in some spots. Entirely possible that we get over a foot of rain in some of these areas. Let's go to Paul Goodloe now. He's been reporting on the storm in New Orleans. And Paul, seeing some structural damage there in downtown New Orleans.
Yeah, we're seeing some damage here in the French Quarter, Carl. You can see part of a roof has fallen off a building and kind of blocked this part of Toulouse Street where it meets Decatur Street here. And we're thinking the actual part of that roof came from the building to my left. And the prevailing wind right now it looks like it's coming right down the street. It is. I'm feeling this, but overall, it's coming from the northeast in this direction. Off to my left is actually the Mississippi River on the other side of these buildings here. And I walked up there, took some video, put it on Twitter. There's white caps, waves and white caps on the Mississippi because of the winds blowing in. And right here, this is Perils and Cafe Beignet. Part of this window here is been blown in a little bit. They do have some railings trying to prevent it from coming in farther, but I don't know whether this is glass or plastic. Bottom line is that's the wind. That's the duration of the wind up against this building here, finding its weak point and opening up not only that, but also down the street I'm seeing another door here next to this CVS or Jackson's, not quite sure, but that's the concern. You could be between buildings and the wind will find a way to find its weakest point. And wherever that roof came from, there's other parts of insulation, all types of debris being strewn about this part of Decatur Street here, and it continues. We drove.
All right, and so what we've got right now is a storm that continues to be very, very dangerous. 140 mile per hour storm, a Category 4 hurricane moving northwest at 11 miles per hour and now 20 miles to the southeast of Houma in Louisiana. It is remarkable what we are seeing on the satellite presentation here. The storm is still very, very well formed, coming over very wet areas of Louisiana. And let's go now to Tevin Wooten. He's been reporting on conditions in southern Mississippi on the coast there in Gulfport. And Tevin, winds have been very strong, even well away from that core. You're a good, 80, 90 miles away from where the strongest wind is, and still it's really going there.
Yeah, Carl, and that's what folks need to realize. Ida and tropical entities and hurricanes are machines, and they are machines that have a far-reaching impact about even 100 miles to the east of the center of the storm. Here in Gulfport, Mississippi, not only are we seeing those heavy rainfall rates start to pick up, 1/4 of an inch per hour to 1/2 an inch per hour. That's already caused some ponding on the roadways at the very least. But these machines produce winds, wind gusts near 50 miles an hour. That continues to be the case. and the flow is out of the east-southeast because we are on the right-hand side of Ida here. So all of this is going that way, folks, and this is really feeding into the center of Ida. I want to take you into the Mississippi Sound because this too is being churned up by some of the winds from Ida, and you can really start to tell how the waves are white capping now. And I know you may think, well, hey, that's the Mississippi Sound that feeds into the Gulf of Mexico. You think that's a normal sight, but I will tell you, all of the beach along the boulevard here in Gulfport, Mississippi has been covered and encased by water. And some of that water in some cases is starting to spill over onto US Highway 90. In fact, earlier this morning, as we were making our way through, we noticed that the water was covering the roadway just about a mile to my left here. And so we had to turn around and find an alternate route. So for the folks that are getting out, they're like, hey, let me just drive to the store. Now is not the time to do that. Every once in a while, you do get a break in the wind. You do get a break in some of the rainfall. You may want to go check on your neighbor. You want to go check on a relative. That's okay to do. We are encouraging you to make a phone call or maybe even text them to find out how they're doing, because right now the roadways are too dangerous to get out on at this present moment. And that'll be the case, Jim. That will hold as we get into tonight and even into Monday morning. All right, let's go to New Orleans now, Jim. What are you seeing? What are you feeling? How's it going there, man?
Yeah, Tevin, I think it's going to be really interesting to watch your shot because, once the storm gets inland, even as it, eventually winds down, okay, we're going to see those rain bands still sticking out of the Gulf of Mexico. So, one of those north-south bands sitting over one area is absolutely got to be watched for flooding, and that may be well east of the center. All right, again, we're standing in front of the Creole House here on Canal. Look at this. Tom, I can talk to you, I can hear myself think. I want you to see what happens when you stand between two buildings. All right, you walk out here, and the winds are gusting a lot stronger, especially when we get some of the stronger winds that start to transport down with the center of circulation. So it's a big difference. You can see the dumpster, and that's one of four, by the way, that was brought out here. There's one. You can see one that made its way all the way across the street, and that's because of this accelerated wind. It's called the Venturi effect. So think about it. You got a mass of air that has a much smaller area to go through. So how is it going to do that? Well, first of all, it's going to do it by beating me up, but it's got to accelerate through the building. And that's why the wind is so much stronger in through here. So this is much more representative of walking through some of the buildings than being protected by them on the north side. Another thing, too, I think it's interesting, these buckets sitting here in the downtown area, they don't seem to be too concerned about the flood. That's great news. We're watching the water go down the drains. That's a good thing. It's not piling up. So the pumps, the 96 and the 99 that are working, are taking care of this water at least where we are here. Okay, so obviously some great news in through there. Again, guys, we're just starting now to get into the worst of this here in New Orleans. And we've already had gusts, not even between the buildings. These are hurricane force gusts. But in other places, without having the Venturi effect going on. All right? We understand that there's a barge ferry that's broken loose at Chalmette, and that is actually flowing north on the Mississippi River. No telling where that's going to wind up. And of course, the flooding and the kind of damage that you get with a very strong Category 4 hurricane. All right, Molly, I think it's safe to say if I did have hair, this would be a pretty bad hair day. Back to you in the studio.
It certainly would. Well, thank you, Jim, and please stay safe. We want to get you to a brand new tornado warning. This is issued by the National Weather Service in New Orleans, but this is for very far southern Mississippi. Now, they did have a special marine warning on this statement out as this was moving over water. So seems to be that they've been watching this for a while, potentially a water spout that has now moved its way inland. This is passing over the I-10 corridor right now. If we do have some rotation, it would be on top of I-10 right now. So this is for Hancock County until 3:30 local time. This is moving to the northwest at 50 miles an hour. So this is moving very quickly. Typically when we see these tropical spin-ups, they happen very quickly. They move very quickly, and they are almost always wrapped in rain. So this is pushing towards the Santa Rosa area by 3:27. And if it holds together, Picayune at 3:35 local time. So stay right here with the Weather Channel. We've got our team of veteran meteorologists throughout Hurricane Ida. You can see them stretched out across Louisiana as well as Mississippi. We've got more as Hurricane Ida continues to slowly work its way inland. Coming up.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. of your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
Oh, are you using Liberty Mutual's coverage customizer tool? So you only pay for what you need.
Sorry?
Limo, you're an animal!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Take a piece of chocolate if you're the tallest. Take a piece of chocolate if you're better at eating your vegetables. Take a piece of chocolate if you love sharing.
In the race to succeed, does somebody always have to fail? Let's give everybody a fair shot, because when that happens, we've all made it.
The Subaru Forester. Dog tested, dog approved.
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. It's the first and only FDA-approved combination of Advil plus acetaminophen. Advil targets pain. Acetaminophen blocks it. Advil Dual Action. Fast pain relief that lasts 8 hours.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets.
Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
Attention runners, report to the starting line. Runners, report to the starter.
You don't become a runner who breaks 8 world records after age 65 without a serious support system. Kathy Martin has one in Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. She won't go a day without the right card because she can't go a day without running. The Medicare coverage trusted by more doctors. This is the benefit of Blue. Learn more at benefitofblue.com.
Life doesn't stop for diabetes. Be ready for every moment with Glucerna. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand that's scientifically designed to help manage your blood sugar. Live every moment. Glucerna.
The Weather Channel and its climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
With Dexcom G6, I don't have to prick my fingers anymore. This little wearable sends my glucose number straight to my phone.
You can see your number and where it's heading. And I get alerts before I go too high or before I go too low. The Dexcom G6 has helped me lower my A1C.
Michael bought a bed without talking to a Mattress Firm sleep expert. He can't sleep. Now he's thinking he's forgetting something.
Dad?
For real sleep, go to Mattress Firm and unjunk your sleep.
Over 150,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
From the marker for everything comes the pen for everything else. Introducing the smooth, bold, and vibrant Sharpie S-Gel. Sharpie S-Gel, the power of Sharpie, now in a gel pen.
Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Monday, mixed clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, scattered thunderstorms in the evening. Partly cloudy skies overnight. Low 73. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You're looking at pictures of the Mississippi River, and yes, those are whitecaps on the Mississippi River. And that's just off to my left there. I shot that about 20 minutes ago as we came down here to survey some damage in the French Quarter, and that's a concern. The winds from the northeast, tropical storm force, gusting at times over 70 miles per hour, getting close to hurricane force winds here, not only whipping the rain, but whipping up the Mississippi River here. That's on one side of New Orleans. On the north side, well, we have Lake Pontchartrain. So imagine what those winds are doing to a much bigger body of water there. We saw pictures earlier of huge waves on that, and the winds are also pushing that and causing a storm surge in areas along and adjacent to Lake Pontchartrain. Welcome back to the Weather Channel and our continuing coverage of tracking Hurricane Ida. I'm meteorologist Paul Godot in the French Quarter. And we're getting battered by stronger and stronger winds. Ida's made landfall at Port Fouchard a couple of hours ago, but we're still seeing winds increase here in New Orleans. And this is just some of the damage we're already seeing. Probably going to see a lot more. That's part of the roof of the building to my left here, which was a victim of some of these strong gusty winds, and the winds are only increasing. So seeing a piece of a roof like that peeled off, like you're kind of peeling away maybe a little clementine orange there, that means we're seeing water damage into this, whatever building that roof came from. And also, I walked down this street, parts of these doors from Cafe Bignon and also Perils, that's also being blown in by the wind, also blowing in the water. So water damage, and this is long before we have the rainfall flooding, as the rain has intensified. Looking at the radar, we're seeing more of the yellows and oranges on the radar. Those are more intense bands of rain. Those are rotating into New Orleans, and that's going to be the majority of where our flooding is coming from, because this city has to physically pump the water up and out a half inch an hour. That's all they can handle, and we're going to be dealing with rainfall rates much greater than that for, I want to say, Molly, amazingly, maybe 24 hours. That's the incredible duration that we have to go through, not only the wind, but also the rain with this. Some models are saying maybe 9, 10 plus inches of rain, and that is going to cause portions of this city to have some significant flood damage from that. Molly?
Well, certainly within the realm of possibility there. And as we watch Ida continue to slow down, we will watch the rainfall amounts continue to pile up. And we want to talk about what's going to happen even farther inland as Ida continues to work its way to the north, and then eventually see this long track that it's going to take over areas like Tennessee, eventually up into the northeast, which just started to dry out from our past systems of Henri as well as Fred. The motion of this is going to slow down significantly. So spending the better part of today over Louisiana, even the first part of tomorrow morning. It's going to spend the better part of Monday over the state of Mississippi, and that's where our flash flooding concerns will move for tomorrow. Many areas that really just don't need any more rain. You just heard Paul talking about this, where we're expecting likely to see flash flooding in the city of New Orleans, even up into Baton Rouge, where you're 20 plus inches above average for the entire year. It's not just the rain, it's also the tropical tornadoes that we're watching. We've seen a couple of warnings already today. There is a Torcan of 3. Anytime you have a landfalling system, the threat for tornadoes is there. They spin up quickly, and likely you won't have a lot of time to prepare for them. So just keep that in mind. Here's the flash flooding potential as we head tomorrow into Tuesday morning. It includes areas, most of Mississippi, even stretching into Alabama. The Torcan is over the same areas, a lot of the same areas tomorrow. And what we've seen with past systems just already this year, as we can see that tornado threat extend well inland for multiple days. And I would expect to see that continue with a powerful storm like Ida. Likely to see flash flooding as we get into Tuesday into Wednesday. I do want to note this just outside of Nashville, where they're continuing to recover from the Waverly flooding. Likely could see some rain continuing in that area, as well as Ida will work its way inland and then eventually up into the northeast. What we do want to get to meteorologist Tevin Wooten right now. He is in Gulfport, Mississippi, where Tevin, it sounds pretty loud in your live shot. I think you described it as a freight train on Twitter.
Yeah. This is just like a freight train. I mean, you can hear the roar as those gusts start to pick up. 40, 50, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, and that's here in Gulfport, Mississippi. We're about 100 miles to the east of the core of Ida, and we are still feeling significant impacts here. Of course, our hearts, our prayers, and our thoughts are with all those folks going through the worst of it right now in southern Louisiana, perhaps in Grand Isle, and also areas in and around New Orleans as well. What we're experiencing here in Gulfport, Mississippi, still significant winds between 40 and 50 miles an hour, heavy rainfall, and right now the Mississippi Sound and the Gulf of Mexico, it is churning up as well. We will continue to be with you throughout the entire duration of this storm. I'm here in Gulfport. We have crews in Morgan City and in New Orleans. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Here's my new dress. What's that? Oh, Damp Rid.
Damp Rid? Damp Rid. It gets rid of musty odors.
How? Damp Rid attracts and traps excess moisture,
eliminating the source of musty odors.
Mustiness, gone.
Damp Rid. Oh, that spin class was brutal.
Well, you can try using the Buick's massaging seat.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice. Can I use Apple CarPlay to put some music on?
Sure, it's wireless.
What's your Buick's Wi-Fi password?
It's Buick Envision.
That's a really tight spot. I used to hate parallel parking.
Me too.
The all-new Buick Envision, built around you, all of you. Pay no interest for 72 months, plus current eligible Buick owners get $500 purchase allowance on 2021 Buick SUV models.
Our strength, our power, our purpose starts within. So let's start there, with collagen that supports our body from the inside out.
Return to rugged. The all-new, ruggedly redesigned 2022 Nissan Pathfinder.
Every customer has their own Safe Light story. This couple loves camping adventures, and their SUV is always there with them. So when their windshield got a chip, they wanted it fixed fast. They drove to Safe Light Auto Glass for a guaranteed same-day in-shop repair. We repaired the chip before it could crack, and with their insurance, it was no cost to them.
Really?
That's service you can trust when you need it most.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
I wanted my hepatitis C gone.
I put off treating mine.
Epclusa treats all main types of chronic hep C. Whatever your type, Epclusa could be your kind of cure.
I just found out about mine.
I knew for years. Epclusa has a 98% overall cure rate.
I had no symptoms of hepatitis C.
Mine caused liver damage.
Epclusa is only one pill, once a day, taken with or without food for 12 weeks. Before starting Epclusa, your doctor will test if you have had hepatitis B, which may flare up and could cause serious liver problems during and after treatment. Tell your doctor if you have had hepatitis B, other liver or kidney problems, HIV or other medical conditions, and all medicines you take, including herbal supplements. Taking amiodarone with Epclusa may cause a serious slowing of your heart rate. Common side effects include headache and tiredness. Ask your doctor today if Epclusa is your kind of cure.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their families. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
The Weather Channel and its innovative climate team at Pattern are connecting you every day to the most fascinating stories impacting our planet. Rely on the climate experts with the most trusted name in TV news. If it's out there, it's in here. The Weather Channel.
And our continuing coverage of the very dangerous Hurricane Ida still coming ashore, looking incredibly formidable from a satellite radar presentation. This thing is still cranking, especially here on parts of Canal Street where the wind is absolutely howling. It's kind of interesting. Some of these guys behind me, they're linemen. They're ready to go and sprint into action and get out and restore your power, but they're obviously just blowing off a little steam right now. Guys got a pretty good flex. All right, I want to show you what kind of wind we got here in this area coming around the corner. It's pretty strong. Remember I told you last time, we're standing between two buildings, so we're seeing the wind accelerate a little bit, and it's hammering. All right, so think about being on the top of some of these buildings where there's nothing to block it at all. There's 58, 63. So coming in here with the protection of the building, we're down to 20, 10, and even less. So big difference, guys, obviously, in where you position yourself. But it's the kind of winds like this with the Venturi effect that we've been talking about that get to cause the damage. And we've certainly seen that. Paul Gill has been reporting in the French Quarter with some of the roof damage that we've seen down and through there. We've had winds gusting to hurricane force here in New Orleans. And it's not just between two buildings. All right, out toward the airport, some personal weather stations and Davis weather stations, which are very representative of true data that have gusted that strong. You can see what the wind's done, though, through these buildings. It's actually pushed dumpsters. Some of these were half full, still have some trash in them. But when you get out here, it's just a whole different world, certainly of what we're dealing with. So guys, be careful. We're just starting to see that kind of outer eye wall come in through New Orleans. Now we got a long way to go. Power up as far as the eye can see. You can see some of the street lights behind me here that are still displaying the power. So that is at least some good news. Big difference between when Katrina came through here, obviously 16 years ago to the date, eerily enough, and when we had a lot of exposure, both from the levee and the risk reduction and also the electric grid. They've taken care of a lot of that since then. And this is obviously the biggest test that New Orleans has undergone. We're not in the woods yet. We haven't dealt with the worst of this. We will over the next several hours into here, and many more of you will lose power. Right now, currently about 675,000 customers without power in Louisiana alone. All right, Carl Parker, let's talk about this, where this eye wall is in places like Houma, in places like La Rose. What kind of readings are we getting pressure-wise, and wind? Is this thing winding down at all? Sorry, Jim, I didn't hear that last part of the question, but I'll tell you the winds are still howling there. We're still getting winds gusting over 80 miles per hour in Galliano, and now that secondary eye wall pushing more to the north. Category 4 storm, 140 mile per hour winds. This thing made landfall technically, but it's been moving through very wet areas, intertidal areas in southern Louisiana. And you look at the structure on satellite, I mean, it really hasn't lost a thing here. This is still an incredibly powerful storm that is coming up through this region. Extreme wind warning in effect for possible 115 mile per hour winds with the inner eye wall and with the secondary eye wall, the outer bounds of which are now beginning to approach New Orleans. I'll show you that in a second. Grand Isle still seeing winds to 68 miles per hour. Galliano, as I mentioned, 81 miles per hour. Look at these reports. Leeville, a wind gust to 153 miles per hour, and Duloc, a gust to 138 miles per hour. Incredible wind with this storm. And as we look at what's going on farther north, that secondary eye wall now coming into Des Allemands and Thibodaux as well, Jean Lafitte. Even though the center of the storm is working more to the northwest, this sort of secondary eye wall here has been expanding out to the northeast, which is not a surprise. Not a surprise to see that wind field expand after landfall. And so as that starts to come into New Orleans, for as strong as the winds are right now, I think they're going to get even stronger with that band as it moves off to the north. So hurricane force winds going on for several hours there in New Orleans. Here you see the winds gusting to 71 miles per hour at the lakefront and gusting to 38 miles per hour in Slidell. So here's the model forecast. I want you to notice how this area of strong winds associated with the core of the storm is just sitting over New Orleans and surrounding areas well into this evening. Finally starts to move out overnight tonight and then moves up into southern Mississippi very
very strong winds on the way there. Baton Rouge, you could be in for one heck of a windstorm going forward. And in fact, widespread power outages are expected from New Orleans all the way up into Baton Rouge. And stay with our Weather Channel team of veteran meteorologists throughout Hurricane Ida. We'll have continuing coverage through the night tonight. We've got live teams spread out all across the Gulf Coast, and you can download our app on your TV. Existing cable and satellite subscribers can get the Weather Channel, Roku, and Fire Stick.
With Voltaren Arthritis Pain Gel, my husband's got his moves back.
An alternative to pills, Voltaren is the first full prescription strength gel for powerful arthritis pain relief. Voltaren, the joy of movement.
Did you know Prilosec OTC can stop frequent heartburn before it begins? Prilosec OTC uses a unique delayed-release formula that works to turn down acid production, blocking heartburn at the source. With just one pill a day, you get 24-hour heartburn protection. Take the Prilosec OTC 2-week challenge and see the difference for yourself. Prilosec OTC, 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
Guy Fieri. You know, if you want to make that sandwich the real deal, you got to focus on the bread layers. King's Hawaiian sliced bread makes everything better.
Honey, why is Guy Fieri in our kitchen?
I don't know. I'm booking you a one-way ticket to Flavortown with a King's Hawaiian meatball sub. I gotta go. Your neighbor needs King's Hawaiian bread.
Everything's better between King's Hawaiian bread.
Hey, I got you.
Guy Fieri?
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets. Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Hot Pockets.
It's my birthday. No, it's not. But I still look good, though. How come? Ow. I bet you want an autograph. You and your friends.
With lower prices and great deals, make Target your first stop back to school.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
When you order carryout, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Put Domino's new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Only pay for what you need. With customized car insurance from Liberty Mutual. Nothing rhymes with Liberty Mutual.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Mission Control, we are go for launch. She's eating the rocket.
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
It's like a pancake.
Okay, don't roll it too thin. This is a perfect thickness.
Is that a tattoo?
Uh-huh. Look, isn't it cute?
Yeah. Is that real?
It is very real.
Yeah, no, it looks good.
I love it. Can I have one?
No.
Yes.
Absolutely not.
The video calling device designed to bring people closer. Share something real. Portal from Facebook.
Fall together with Lowe's. Labor Day values now in-store and online. Lowe's, home to any budget, home to any possibility.
It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel. And America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Guys, our continuing coverage of Ida here in downtown New Orleans off Canal Street. City just outside the Marriott here in the wind tunnel, and it's cranking. All right, it's absolutely cranking in through here. Winds on my anemometer, I've had 65 to 70 miles per hour. You go back onto the other side of the building, it's not as high. Carl was mentioning earlier some of these wind gusts too. 130, 166, 156. I mean, these are bona fide, strong upper end Cat 4 wind gusts in through here. And if you look at the radar presentation of this, it still looks good. So for New Orleans, at least on Canal Street, we got power. But that's not the case for about 300, I'm sorry. Yes. 675,000 customers without power now. Not surprising as all of this continues to lift onto the north. All right, big wind, big water coming in. I see water. This is what I'm watching. I'm watching the water obviously being blown around the corner, but also going down the drain. Wow. Okay, that's a first. All right. Water is coming around and going down the drain, and as it does, that just tells me the pumps are taking care of things, and that's good. 96, if you remember yesterday when we were talking to them, 96 to 99 pumps are presently working. So obviously, great news there. This is obviously the biggest test for this risk reduction system, and getting rid of this water. We'll see how the power holds out. We'll see how the power holds out down there. What they're asking people to do is actually not use as much power at homes, so that allows these stations to get maximum power. Because trust me, they're trying to help you. They're trying to get this water out of here as quick as they can, especially with a forecast of 8 to 10 inches. All right, guys, we'll keep you posted here from downtown New Orleans. Again, just starting to get into that outer eye wall. We got a long few hours ahead of us. All right, let's go a little outside the wind here for a change. But the water just as dangerous. Tevin Wooten, take it away, my friend.
Yeah, Jim, we'll give you a break here real quick. Let's, before we talk about Gulfport, Mississippi, let's go in between New Orleans and Gulfport. Let's get to LaPlace, Louisiana. I want to show you guys what it looks like there in terms of some of the storm surge here. This is on the west-hand side of Lake Pontchartrain. Again, you can see all of that water from Lake Pontchartrain pushing in with that easterly flow. We've really been talking about the key components in terms of wind direction, location, and proximity to the center of a storm. So we're getting all that water from Pontchartrain working its way east to west, and things are starting to pile up rather quickly in LaPlace, Louisiana, and things just really start to look like water takes over. And that's the thing with water. It is a force, and it will come in, and in some cases, it comes in in a matter of seconds to minutes to hours here. So you don't always have log to evacuate to get away from the water. We always say run from the water, hide from the wind, meaning run, get as far inland as you can away from the water, and then the wind takes hold and you have to hide from that. If you get into a tornado warning, you want to put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, and you want to make sure you are in a sturdy shelter. That doesn't just go for this hurricane, that also goes for tornado warnings as well. Now back here in Gulfport, Mississippi, and at Bay Waveland Yacht Club, the water's starting to add up there too. Water levels right now between 5.5 and about 6 feet. That's wavered here or there over the past 3 to 4 hours because of the tide. And tide is also another key component for those that live along the coast. The tide, we're actually approaching low tide right now. That's closer to 4 o'clock this afternoon. But we do have another high tide tomorrow morning, right around 4 o'clock in the morning. So from Bay St. Louis all the way to Ocean Springs, you really need to be careful if you live along the coast. Here's the Mississippi Sound right there. That water's starting to pile up, but not only is it piling up, it's going from the east towards the west too in this easterly flow. And I want you to note how those waves are white capping over. That is not a regular occurrence. Usually that water is much more calm. It is a sound. And ever so often you see those waves crash. That's not a seawall, folks. That's water on top of the beach. It's crashing into a sidewalk there, and that water is starting to spill over onto Highway 90 here. So we will have to watch this extremely closely. You don't really see too many cars coming through here. I actually think first responders are on both sides monitoring it should the water start to spill over a little bit more. And let's go west now to Paul Goodlow. He joins us live from New Orleans, Louisiana. Paul, you guys are getting rocked right now with some of the strongest winds. What are you guys seeing?
Right now we're seeing white caps, just like you are, Tevin, except we're seeing white caps on the Mississippi River. I can't even look this direction. The rain is coming vertically here, horizontally, and this is from the northeast. That's the winds are coming in here, sustained winds at over 50 miles per hour from time to time, gusting now closer to hurricane force winds. And look what it's doing to the Mississippi. We're seeing waves kind of lash up against this levee that we're standing standing on here. And yeah, that's the relentless winds and rain coming down. The rain has intensified as of late, and that's going to start really challenging the pumping system we have here, let alone the levees will be tested for sure. It's a risk reduction system here since they built the last 16 years since Katrina, and it's going to be tested for sure. But they do believe it's going to hold up. But the other concern is just testing all the pumps dealing with all this heavy rain, because we have hours and hours to go of the wind and the rain here as Hurricane Ida continues to move past New Orleans. More coverage coming up.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. A few million miles later, and voila. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Life's kind of unpredictable. Like when your groceries arrive the moment you remember everything you forgot. Or when your kid says, "There's a bake sale at school tomorrow." Tomorrow? Or when you discover art couture is a thing you have to try, like now. Or when you could go to the store, but you also need to walk the dog, pack the lunches, and, oh yeah, take the kids to school. You have children! For anything today brings, fresh groceries and more, free same-day delivery. Walmart Plus.
What up? I'm Sean's brain.
And when he's hungry, I wander.
And there's only one way to get me back again. Hot Pockets. Harness the cheesy, meaty, hunger-slaying power of Hot Pockets.
Oh no. I mean, I think they look good, man.
Smooth. They are a little tight.
Like, too tight? Might just need to break them in a little bit because you don't want them too loose.
For those who were born to ride, there's Progressive.
True.
With 24/7 roadside assistance.
Okay. Think I'm gonna wear these home.
Excellent choice.
In the race to succeed, does somebody always have to fail? Let's give everybody a fair shot, because when that happens, we've all made it.
Ricky Bobby, today the road is your classroom. Time for your extracurriculars. Vámonos, amigos.
When you order carry-out, choose Domino's Carside Delivery. Check in when you arrive, and we guarantee we'll be headed out the door less than 2 minutes after your order is ready. If anything slows us down, your next pizza is free. Choose Domino's Carside Delivery and put our new 2-minute guarantee to the test.
At Spectrum Business, we're so sure we offer the best value for business, we called our competitors to see if they could beat our 200 megabit internet and phone with no added phone taxes, no fees, and no contracts.
Thanks for calling.
These are their actual responses.
I would 100% go with Spectrum.
It really doesn't make too much sense to go with us.
Hear that? Spectrum Business is hard to beat. With 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month, all with no added phone taxes and fees.
How are they pulling a no fees and taxes? That's madness.
If you guys want to avoid being under a contract, Spectrum's really the way to go.
I'm going to be very honest with you. You're probably going to need to go with them.
Honestly, we couldn't say it better. Get 200 megabit internet and advanced phone for $69.98 per month with over 99.9% network reliability. Call 833-919-2113. That's 833-919-2113.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
We're in this for the long haul.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 75 degrees under cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 74. Monday, mixed clouds and sun with scattered thunderstorms. High 85. Chance of rain 50%. Monday night, scattered thunderstorms in the evening. Partly cloudy skies overnight. Low 73. Chance of rain 40%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, guys, here we go. Some of this outer eye wall starting to come into New Orleans now. Big wind, not just here, but also down the street, down Canal. You can see much heavier rain coming on down. The other thing, too, I've noticed is just kind of standing in a position where you're not so windblown like we are here between the two buildings. You can hear it whistling up high. So it's cranking, all right? We're probably gusting here 65, 70 miles an hour. That's what I got on my anemometer that you step in front of the building. It's a lot lighter. I want to correct something I said before about the power outages. It's not 675, it was 394. So I misread that. I just wanted to correct it in Louisiana. That's not to say we couldn't have 675,000 customers without power before the day is done. As a matter of fact, two-state totals certainly could easily top 1 million with the kind of wind field that we have it through here, and the fact that this continues to now slowly move toward the north. And I want to talk to Carl Parker, not right now, but in a little while here, because if you look at the radar, this thing is either just about to make a different turn or a different angle, or it's slowing down. I mean, to a crawl. So that means heavy rain, lots of wind for hours and hours, and obviously the continual battering like we have here in the city of New Orleans. All right, Paul Goodlew's been out on the Bridgewater. He's been out on the Riverwalk. We've seen him, certainly show us kind of different sides of everything. Paul, what are you seeing, in terms of the Mississippi? Yesterday, it's amazing. I saw your shot. That water is so much higher than it was yesterday, but it's obviously in no fear of overtopping the levee, right?
No fear of overtopping levees, Jim, but what I'm seeing is a lack of visibility here. If you try to look over there earlier, I could see the other side of the river, but the rain has intensified, but you still see the white caps blowing in because of all the strong northeast winds, sucking at times gusting 60, 70 miles per hour sustained in that 40 to 50 mile per hour range. You can even see what it's doing to the trees behind me. I mean, these trees are being whipped, and unlike there across Canal Street where some of the buildings might accelerate the wind, we're just out here in the open. This is just the wind blowing with Ida here and coming unabated right across the river and doing a number on those trees. We were broadcasting live from this area just yesterday, and these winds are really whipping these trees. Some perhaps might need to be uprighted after all this ends, but this wind event and the rain event isn't ending anytime soon. We do hope that later on tonight we'll start to see the wind start to tail down, but the concern is these rain bands as well. And in those heavier rain bands, typically we have the stronger wind gusts as well. And these tropical raindrops are tiny, and they do sting when they hit your skin. It's pretty brutal out here. But we also moved off the street because we didn't know what other parts of buildings would be victims of this relentless wind here. Now, we're also dealing with a lot of whitecaps and surge farther east in towards the Mississippi coastline. That's where meteorologist Tevin Wooten is. And Tevin, that area very prone to storm surge. It's amazing. You're so far away from the center of Ida, and you're still getting that rise of water.
Yeah, Paul, I want folks at home to know that this is a storm that will have far-reaching impacts. Right now, we're in some of those outer squalls of Ida. And take a look at this. Let's talk about areas near LaPlace. This is to the west of Lake Pontchartrain. That water pile up. Oh, my gosh, folks. Come to your TV screens, your computer screens, your phone screens if you're watching us on an app. Look at how high this water has gotten. Look at how rocky, how turbulent, how destructive this is, and how destructive the water continues to be. This is a site that, again, oftentimes we tell you to run from the water and hide from the wind. That's why we had those evacuations earlier in the week for areas near the Lake Pontchartrain area and also into places like into places in and around the levee protection system. And we do, again, we have to keep in mind that water continues to pile up with an easterly flow. We'll see some of that flow kick in out of the south, but ultimately right now it is still out of the east. It is strong, gusts near 50 to 60 miles an hour. Molly, we were talking about some of those far-reaching impacts that are to the east of this storm. I know you've got a tornado warning right now in Pensacola we got to get to.
Absolutely. Brand new tornado warning. This is for Baldwin and Escambia counties until 4:30 local time. This actually started potentially as a water spout and is now moving onshore. Once it makes its way onshore, we're talking about a tornado. So I want to show you the velocity of this because it is rather impressive at the moment where those reds and greens meet. That's where we're seeing that rotation. It's moving just over Pensacola Beach, potentially moving into West Pensacola. If it does hold together, typically these tropical tornadoes, they happen very quickly. They also move very quickly too, and usually always wrapped in rain. So West Pensacola moving in at 4:07 local time, potentially in a pine forest by 4:23 local time. Our coverage of Hurricane Ida continues right after this.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their families. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
Talk to your boy.
Marshawn Lynch, my #1 client. Got a big app. So you'll do it?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
You look great. You want a hand with that? Yo, Lay's, kettle cook, get lost in the crunch.
Hey, you! Domino's is giving away $50 million in surprise frees.
A whole pizza?
Yes.
Other delivery apps add surprise fees.
It's not cheap.
At Domino's, we're giving out surprise frees instead.
Surprise freeze!
Surprise what?
Freeze with an R.
When you order delivery online, you could be surprised with free lava cakes, free stuffed cheesy bread, free pizza, or more.
Yes!
Check the Domino's tracker to find out.
Where are you going to have pizza next time?
Domino's!
That's what I love to hear.
Trilogy for COPD.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn.
If you've been taking COPD sitting down, it's time to make a stand. Start a new day with Trilogy. No once-daily COPD medicine has the power to treat COPD in as many ways as Trilogy. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trilogy helps people breathe easier and improves lung function. It also helps prevent future flare-ups. Trilogy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trilogy more than prescribed. Trilogy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.